collective read for today, Monday, June 1st, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There's no wrong answers. This recent full moon, I know. We're gonna talk about it, and this is the one thing I want to point out, okay? Because it's surge energy. It's surge energy, and the thing about and this is listen to me, okay? This is not me saying to you, okay? This is not me saying that this is not like that. This isn't a good, like this is a perfectly good energy to start things that you might have been putting off, okay? Listen to me very carefully. Good energy to start things that you've been meaning to do, things that you're like, oh, look, there's that plate. I'm going to like, good time to like get to those plates that you feel like you haven't had the opportunity to get to. What you want to be conscientious of, I was talking about this yesterday, okay? Coming out of this full moon, right? It's a Sagittarius full moon in Gemini season, which can create a lot of like, it can create a lot of that, like, I'm strong enough to do that, and I'm sure you are. But the thing you have to ask yourself is the consistency point, right? Being energetically consistent in terms of what we apply our energy to. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because what we effectively see with energy like this is it's not just, right? This is work that we're navigating as it relates to fortitude, right? And fortitude, like it's back end energy, you know? It's back end energy. It's being able to effectively back up what we effectively articulate that we're energetically doing. And so if you're going through those moments right now, and the best way I can describe this energy to a certain extent is I wouldn't be surprised if you have 1 minute you're feeling really, really strong, like you can do a lot, and then, right? Like then you feel a little bit of that, drop. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because this is, and also given the fact that we see that this energy is effectively, it's Sagittarius energy. You know, we're still basking in the glow of Sagittarian, like the Sagittarian moon, and that Sagittarian moon energy. What's it turning into later today? It's turning into Capricorn. Okay, right? So it's like the work, but then like the hard hat. It's like the idea, and then the work that we do to get it done, or to get about it, or to get ahead of it, or get through it. So I want you to be conscientious about that. if you're identifying or articulating or working through energy in this way, because a lot of the work that we're potentially seeing here, it's wonderful, right? It's wonderful, and it's strong. Like, it can really help, like it can help us build into what it means to find that point of fortitude, right? However, it's also the identification point of what it means when we're working through, like when we're working through the context of mutual, and like, and there's something to be said too. Like, I have to point it out, like the point that we identify, particularly and especially as it relates to, like, as it relates to Sagittarius with Gemini, like the word that I keep on getting is like the small critical journey of mutual effort, right? That ability of effectively doing things and helping each other along through it is how things get done. But it takes, like, it takes a lot of that wherewithal to a certain extent. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you may find yourself on the frequency cycles. We're going to, to add to this, right, is the fact that we saw that there's a pretty significant shift that's happening right now in the context of relationship, or in context of union. And that was effectively the shift out of world relationships into strength partnerships. And what we were identifying as the world relationships were working into the context of what we see in the world card of the tarot, right? And we saw the culmination of those, that we're moving deeper into divine union right around the same time that we had that Taurus full new moon in Taurus season, which potentially, felt a lot like a full moon because it's like a double amplification of the Taurus energy, along with along with moving into the strength relationships, which are starting up at that same point. So what do we effectively see that's happening right now? And working into the strength card of the tarot, it's potentially the ability to embrace the full, it's the ability to embrace the full capacity of the self, right? It's kind of like, and I have a little bit of a different take on the strength card than others do. And I often like teach about this in my classes. But like, I like the fact that we see, like, what we identify, and what's really fascinating about the strength card in the tarot is the fact that it is the only card in the deck, the Smith-Waite system, where we see contact between, right, person and animal, right? Because it talks about, when we think about that from the embracing of the self, then it helps us understand what it means to be able to integrate, right? Because it's not the space by which you shy away, right, from what feels natural, but it's the space by which you hold it closer, that you come to understand the self. And we see there that even in the beauty of that, and in the resolution of being able to identify and recognize that work, that ability to fully embrace that quality and characteristic, it creates, it helps us feel stronger in relationality to our own sense of self, right? That is the journey, and this is what we understand with, like, the journey of confidence that is articulated in the strength card. It is the know thyself card, right? Being like, it's throwing one's arms around the fiercest parts of the self that allow oneself to be able to love oneself completely. So what do we potentially see that a lot of energy is doing right now, right? In this very, like, wild energy, if you will, that we find that's existing coming out of that full moon in Sagittarius, like that full moon, that Sagittarius full moon in Gemini season, right? The the ability to embrace the wildest parts of the self, and being able to do a lot of that work right now. There may be a lot of healing that potentially may be occurring there, but it's also very beautiful too, because it also is the conversation and the understanding that one can't come, right, one can't come into the strength of the self unless one is able to face the self, right? So that is the facing of the fierceness that no longer becomes fierce because one finds, right? What does one find in the space by which you do that? You find the self-control, right? You find the ability to identify what it feels like to be moving through that space of self-determination. So we see that that's a lot of the energy right now in solitude, either doing that work or simultaneously new relationships that are coming together. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's like it's like I want to it's like it's a little bit of impressive. It's impressive. These are impressive relationships. Okay. And the reason I want to identify that they're potentially impressive relationships is because they're like starting from a point of strength, right? They're articulating, or they're building it into a sense of pride, right? A sense of pride or confidence in relationality to what they identify is their strong suits, and also the recognition of the fragility, right? The fragility that frequently comes about when energy perceives one navigating one strong suit, right? Because often what happens when one is pursuing a strong suit, it sometimes brings out the vulnerability of others. So even potentially those conversations of navigating, right? These are new relationships that are potentially coming together while simultaneously navigating the conversation of dealing with others' projections as they find their strong suit. Right. So even that is kind of energetically wild because they may be articulating and being able to see clear examples of what it is that they're speaking towards. Now, this brings us to the relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. And for those are effectively those, right? What do we see that's potentially happening there? These are the world relationships. And the world relationships were coming together between the time of that Taurus new moon that we just recently experienced, leading into leading into the Capricorn new moon that we experienced around January, I want to say January 18th, at the beginning of this year. These relationships are potentially moving deeper into divine union with conversations built upon and based upon mutual potential. And what's nice about this, and this is why these relationships are so healing right now, because these are not relationships that are looking, they're not like side eyeing each other and going like, ooh, I see a lot of potential in them. No, they're talking about the potentiality openly, because the potentiality is effectively becoming their plans. And so the excitement, like the excitement that they're feeling in relationship, in the space by which they don't feel that they have to contain the potentiality, but rather they can utilize it. This is the energy that's building into incredibly strong foundations in relationship that are being articulated upon mutual effort, right? Mutual stake and mutual effort. So there's like a lot of that work that may be feeling like it's hard, it's strong, right? But that's what's so remarkable for these energies is it's not working into the fantastical, it's watching the fantastical become the practical, right? Because it's the aspiration from which they're working to build. Now this brings us to the relationships that are deep within divine union right now. And those are the moon relationships. And the moon relationships were working into the lessons of the moon card in the tarot. And they were coming together between the time of that, the new moon in Capricorn that we experienced in January, leading into, leading into that Uranus going retrograde that occurred way back in September. So, what do we effectively identify in those experiences? Those relationships are currently building into the context of, I wouldn't be quiet. I wouldn't be, it's funny because I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised right now if they're very quiet, right? Like here you've got Like you've got and it's funny too, because the world relationships are potentially living life out loud right now, right? It's like, "Rah!" Moon relationships, much more quiet, right? And what's wild about this, and I just want to point this out because this is hilarious when you see what's happening here. These are relationships that did not feel, these are individuals that did not feel like they were cut out for a relationship. Because as every time they did, it felt like as soon as they tried to enter a relationship with someone that claimed they loved them, they would immediately instead experience someone forcing them to change, right? It was like the nightmare scenario where every time someone said, "Oh, I love who you are," as soon as they entered a relationship, someone would be like, "Change or else." Right? And so this is why we saw that there was so much of that anxiety as it relates to moving deeper into relationship. But what is, and so even the space by which, having found a relationship that does not demand that they conform, right, that they don't, that it doesn't demand that they conform to the confines of relationship, what do we see that they're doing within it right now? They're choosing stability. They're choosing stability. And the reason they're choosing stability is because it's with a capital C, right? The valuation point is understanding the quality of love is demarcated by choice. So they're going through something right now that may be feeling profoundly, like profoundly ironic, right? Because there you go. There's those unconventional relationships that are feeling very, it's getting very conventional in there. Right? It's getting very conventional because it's them coming to conventionality on their own terms, and that is what's remarkable, because it's like conventionality but with a twist. Is what I keep on getting. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST. I did it again. 5:30 p.m. PST, not 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary for you to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in order to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And on top of that, even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would still encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically based upon the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon energy that we've just experienced or continuing to experience. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount. Also, I want to let you guys know that for those who are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. We do have priority reads that we will be doing today. There are 3 individuals who requested priority, which means they got on the list before we started the collective, so they will be read before we begin the daily collective. But if you would like to be the first person to be read for after we begin the daily collective, the list right now is open. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway on the clock app when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you to the list as well today. Welcome. How are you doing today, Selena and Adina? So good to see you guys. Make sure to give Adina some love. If you comment Adina, I'll be happy to pin you. Had a lovely podcast with Adina a while back. You can find it on Adina's page or over on my site. How are we doing over on the place where we keep the videos? Remember, you can also get on my list today. How are you doing today, XF? I'm doing very well. Thank you for pointing that out, Scooter. How are you doing today, user ND? Vine, I need you to be a little bit more specific in relationality to what you're asking. Thank you so much for the compliment, most. I will point out I've got a very firm rule on not posting non sequiturs in our chat spaces. So if you post a non sequitur, you will be removed. Thank you. Excellent. How are you doing today? And welcome, Nimish. How are you doing, LL? Welcome as well. You be happy and peaceful today too, NT. Excellent. All right. I don't know if it's possible to hug the chat, William, but if you stick around, you will be getting a free collective read shortly. How are you doing today, Jaxie? How you doing today, Moon Pie? No, we don't do ASMR here, I think. We do tarot reads. I don't have time for ASMR. How are you doing today, Alto? Okay. You know, I need to point out, Kenny, you could be anywhere right now. You could be anywhere right now. You've got one precious life with a little bit of finite time here and able to spread joy. So the choice that you have to make a comment like that is clear that there's something that you yourself are going through. I need to stress nobody's forcing you to be in this space right now, but something drew you here. I've got a very simple rule in the chat space. It's the same one that I think that everyone that's in a kind space is. You have to be kind. If you're kind in the chat space, you can stay and you can communicate. You have to be kind to others in the chat space. You also have to be kind to my person as I'm giving these reads. So if this is not something for you, I would encourage you to find what you're looking for. But the fact that you're commenting indicates that you're looking for something to be provocative against. So you might want to reconsider whether that's the direction that you want to start your day with, because the universe is very gentle and gives us what we ask for. So if you're starting your day from a point of provocation, don't be surprised if all you find as soon as you leave your door is more provocation. I hope this message helps. And I hope you have a better day. And I hope you get help in whatever it is that you yourself are currently facing. How are you doing today, Joseph? So good to see you. Welcome as well, Glow. Selena, I was looking for your live to see if anyone else. It's an exhausting full moon, Selena. And the thing about it that I keep on warning others about is it's an energy surge, right? Especially with Sagittarius and Gemini, it can be like it can feel like the like it's like it can almost start the space of feeling like you can conquer anything, which we can. But the important thing is making sure that you're being energetically consistent in relationality to what you're putting that force of effort towards, right? It's good. I keep on saying it's good shove energy on things that you've been meaning to move forward on, but being a little conscientious as it relates to starting new things right now. And that's not to say you can't start new things, but make sure that you have the capacity for them is the best way I can describe it. Absolutely. How you doing today, Avatar? A 4. Okay, energy is low. Thank you for confirming what I was reading there, Selena. Let's see if we can get that up today. Hi there, Bridget. Bridget. I messaged you. I messaged you over the disco. Respond back to me. Good to see you today, dear. I've got you on the list today. You're the first person we're reading for. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Angelic, thank you for the follow, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome, Ivana. How are you doing today? Yeah, the thing about this energy, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm very much looking forward to the tarot astrology that we're probably going to do tomorrow because this type of energy is going to hit everybody differently. It's going to hit everybody differently. Yep, absolutely. Hi there, Sadie. I slept for so long last night and got up an hour later than usual today. Dreams are also so weird lately. I feel like everyone I've ever met was in them. I would not be surprised if there's a lot of karmic stuff happening right now in the dream space. That has a lot to do. There's a couple of different factors for that. I'm going to tell you right now. A lot of that potentially has to do with the planets that we see currently in Aries. Okay. There's also potentially some volatility there with Mars. Mars is in Taurus right now by itself. Okay, by itself, which can also create some feelings of self-isolation. Okay, make sure that you're articulating to others about how you feel, right? Make sure that you're communicating in healthy ways, potentially in relationality to what we ourselves feel energetically strong about. Thank you as well. Chevy, how you doing? It's been a minute. How you been, Chevy? Life Path 8, strength card coming in. You're talking about strength. Oh, well, there you go. Welcome. Good timing. Okay. We're going, yeah, it looks like the new energetic cycle that we're navigating relationship wise is going to be strength relationships. Hi there. Lovely morning. Right back to you, Chasing. Yep, Ivana, my dreams are doing their shadow work strongly. Well, we've been seeing a lot of that right now. Hi there, Per. Good to see you. The list is open, my dear, and I've got and if you get on it right now, I've got you on it. You'll be the first person we read after the Daily Collective. How you doing, Chasing? Thank you for reposting, Leslie. Oh, I haven't seen that one before. Thank you, Astrology. How are you doing today? Some theater kid. Great username there. Thank you, Reeds. That's very kind of you to say. Quagmire. I feel like that's what a strange thing to say. And Aiden, I hope you're having a lovely day as well. How are you doing today, creative? Welcome, and thank you for those heart me's, Ivana. I need to point out, I have to point out, and I think anybody who knows this, like goth is not a phase, it's a state of being. Like you know what I mean? Like that's the funniest part about it. There's nothing sillier than calling goth a phase. It's a state of being. Happy Monday. How are you doing today, Soul Empath? And thank you, MP, for those jewels. I appreciate you. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on those priority reads. So as you may know, anyone who gets on the list before we go live always has priority here, which means they get to be read for before we start the daily collectful. Collectful. Okay, Bridget, I feel like that's something that's coming through on your I have to write that down for you. Hold on a minute. I've been getting a lot of messages coming through for you. Collectful. Collectful. Okay. Before we start the collective, so we're going to be doing those. We've got 3 individuals, and then we'll be getting to the collective read. I've had the most stressful 2 days. Oh, I'm glad to hear things are better right now, Per. Sending you support on that journey. Grand Rising, Siobhan. Good to see you. Hold on a moment. Yeah, I saw your message. Okay, perfect. I appreciate you, Bridget. To get on the list, and all you need to do is send that donation via my tree that is linked in my bio, and you'll be added to the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Absolutely. Gotta catch them all. Yeah, I'm sure. Listen, there's been it's interesting because I got, like, it's funny too, because this often happens when there's individuals who have priority on the list. When I read for someone, I've got a double message that's coming through for both you and Ivana. But we'll get to it. I'm sure whatever I see for Ivana's reading, it'll make sense once I see it. It's okay. It's like preemptive messages coming through. All right, my friends. But if you want to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. As I mentioned, you'll be the 5th person read for. I'm happy to read the list, Stella. The list we've got right now is Bridget, Stella, Ivana, and Per. Now, Bridget, Stella, and Ivana will be read for before we start the Daily Collective. Everyone else on the list will be read for afterwards. So, Per, you'll be the first person we're reading for once we complete the collective. Yeah, this sometimes happens. It's because, like, the guides like to double things up because it's more effective that way. It's more effective. Excellent. I need to point out, we've got, like, the funny thing that's happening right now. I need to stress this. So, for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, I need to point this out. You're in the beginning of your day, okay? And the way you feel in the beginning of your day is your love letter to the universe to a certain extent. I want you to think about that. The way that you effectively open your eyes, and your ability to effectively think about setting the energetic, like, when we talk about intention setting in the beginning of the day, it's because it's the first missive that you give the universe in relationality to what you'd like to receive. And I'm saying that for those who are potentially feeling like putting a lot of antagonizing things in the chat space, because I have to help you understand that when you do that, all you're asking, it's like you're sending out a missive to the universe that you're looking for adversarial energy. So I want you to consider that, because for me, it doesn't energetically impact me, but I concern because it impacts you in a way that you might not necessarily recognize. So for those who are in the chat space, I just want to kind of introduce that possibility to you. Try try to give some kind of random act of love today, right? Take some of that adversarial energy that you're putting forth and try to transform it into something kind, and see how it returns back to you. And I'm saying that with, like, the full capacity of my heart, in relationality to the fact that I see that there's a lot of energy right now in that space that's going through things and feeling a lot of pain. But you have to understand that when you reflect pain to me, it doesn't affect me, but it does return back to you. So I just want you to think about that as you proceed forward. And I hope that you guys find the healing that you're seeking today. Now, I have a very simple rule for the chat space. I know that there's some new individuals that we have here. Simple rule: you have to be kind. And that kindness is one that you extend to those that are in the chat space. It also has to do with my person. So if you continue to post things that are potentially, again, like, it's child energy, like something that is meant to get a rise, it's not going to get a response from me, but it will get you muted. So you won't be able to communicate further. So I'm just going to put that forward for those. I know that this isn't everybody in that chat space, but for those that are working through a lot of pain right now, there's a point of healing here. If you allow yourself to receive some of these messages, I'm not here to convince you, but just allowing the work to speak for itself. But you have to be receptive to it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Yep. Yep. They know that it is. The guides are time savers. They're like, okay, wait, no. Yeah, they do. The guides are like, here, this is for both of them. Yeah, it's fine. You know how to give it to them. I know, Bridget. It's okay. Yes, when I wake up immediately, I invoke. You see, a perfect example, right? You wake up immediately, you immediately call forth the energy that you're looking for to start your day in. And it's interesting because I did you see it, Laurel, that I tried to say day in, and instead of day in, it was like day win, right? Because you're calling for green energy, and green energy is about wins, so it makes sense the fact that the word like win came out because you're like green. You're so welcome, Ivana. Absolutely. Yeah, you heard it too, Bridget. All right, so we're going to get started. Thank you so much for the compliment, Gustavo. Excellent. All right, and the first person that we're reading for today is going to be Bridget. Bridget, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer? Perfect. Excellent. I think that's the best we can be for each other, Fire Soul, right? It's the best thing we can do. Absolutely. How you doing today, Cleasy? Welcome from Pennsylvania. How you doing today? Excellent. And thank you for that gift, Shiru. So just a reminder to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. I know there's some new individuals there. If you would like to get on the list, you just need to go over to my tree that has banks in it in my Lio, and you can do so. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. Now, if you become a paid subscriber, that goes to 4 cards for 23. And if you become a paid subscriber, everyone who's a paid subscriber gets a free card each day. Okay. We are going to get started. We've got 3 individuals who are on have priority, so they're going to be read for first. Thank you so much for the compliment, Picasso, and welcome. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. All right, and for those who are also paid members or subscribers, you have access to our subscriber only Disco channel. If you have information that you feel is relevant to be shared for these readings, you can either post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Bridget, is this inside tea or outside tea? And where'd you post it? I found it. Oh, it's outside tea. Ooh, I got it. Oh yeah, I already read it. Okay. All right, but before we begin the reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't even know what to say at this point. She's not here, is she? She's not here, is she? Oh, Nikki. I adore this collective so much. I adore this collective so much. Oh my gosh, I cannot. All right, let's get to it again. Every time. Every time works every time. Okay, that said, I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. She has no ear. Oh my gosh. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. Can I get, please? All right, outside tea by moonlight. Something about the recent full moon seems to have stirred up an unexpected feeling in me. I woke up yesterday morning with this overwhelming sense of joy, excitement, and an almost anticipatory celebration. Like I'm feeling into something meaningful approaching, but I can't quite place what it is. I'm curious if there's an energy I'm tapping into or something I should be aware of. I'd love insight into what this feeling might be connected to. 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's get to it. So it's feeling very past life in here. Okay. And the one thing I'm seeing is there's a couple of different messages that are potentially coming through. And the first, a lot of it has to do with where you energetically are right now, as well as where I'm seeing counterpart energy is. And I'm gonna start right now. Um, there's the word that's coming through in this reading is restoration. Okay. And the restoration that I'm identifying um, has to do with you and counterpart doing what's necessary to energetically restore and restore a connection. And you have to understand that um, there's something I'm seeing that's important here as it relates to very different energy. And I'm going to just show you what I'm seeing so that you can get a better sense of it. Um, this is you, right? I see you in the Queen of Cups energy here, right? And I also see you with the Ace of Coins. And it says to me, what's interesting about this is there's something about this and you getting your time back is what I'm getting, right? And something about you getting your time back is you being able to identify and recognize what feels like, I keep on getting one of your guides saying recognizing what is worthy of your time, right? Recognizing what is worthy of your time and recognizing versus recognizing what is needed. Like what is needed to energetically, like what is demanding of it, right? And I'm getting here that there's something important about the fact of you navigating the fact that your time is precious. And so and like that in itself is what is so interesting because the guides have been waiting, right? Like this is I know that you feel like it's interesting because I know that you potentially feel right now that you're going through a series of endings, right? Like I know that you feel like you are potentially going through a series of endings, but the guides see them as beginnings, right? Like the guides are like, ah, okay, good. Like they're like, okay, like there are the guides going, oh, good. They're like, oh, good, because to the guides, they've got a different. And I think, and I wouldn't be surprised if you're seeing, if you're getting insights in terms of how the guides see things, right? Like even in the like I keep on hearing the word guide eyes. Like I'm getting guide eyes here. And that's why I keep on getting, that's where that word collectful was coming through, right? Because I think that the reason I'm getting, and I need to like, and this is where I'm gonna have to do some work, which is um there's been a couple of different messages that have been coming through that, like I like to call them missives, right? um is the best way I can describe it, because when I'm working very closely with someone from readings, I get like what is best described as a missive, right? Which is the space by which there's something that I receive that I don't feel like I have the full, like the full rounded part of. So what I feel like I see the guides understanding is, it feels to me like what's energetically happening is you are coming into energetic connection with those that can help you put pieces together, is what I'm seeing. So there's something very important about that. And this is very similar to where you were in a past life, is what I'm getting. And I like to point this out, and this is why I identify that everybody's path work is different. Some come here to learn more, and some come here to energetically restore where they were. So for you, like the space by which you're coming into your restore point is the best way I can describe it, right? Because your restore point is potentially you coming into the space where you were when you moved away in a past life. Okay? Now, let's talk about counterpart here, because counterpart, I'm sure you probably felt this. They're going through it. Okay, they're going through it. Not feeling exactly like that right now. Okay. And in fact, if your guides, you apparently share a you apparently share you share a guide with your counterpart, is what I keep on getting. So if it's gotten quiet in your guide space right now, and this is happening for someone else as well that I've been reading into. So that's what's really interesting about it, because and I want to point this out. Our guides are often deeply invested in energy that we share connection to. Like our guides are our guides, but they're also deeply, obviously it makes sense, they're deeply invested in who we are, like who we're energetically connected to. So I feel like it's interesting because I feel like I literally see one of your guides sheltering a counterpart right now. And it's interesting too, because the sheltering that I'm seeing, right, is like I literally see a guide, and the reason that the guide is happy, right, is because the individual, I know this is going to sound a little wild, they're making the choice not to look at something. And the guide is saying that their choice not to look at something is is a breakthrough. I keep on getting, it's a karmic breakthrough, which is why they're so excited. And if you've been feeling some kind of elation, you're feeling the guide's elation as it relates to someone making a healthy choice for themselves, right? Like I feel like I see the guide going like, yes, because I want to point, like it says to me, right? Um, I feel like there's something I'm seeing here that has to do with, and I want to describe this. Um, I feel like I see somebody who's had a lot of anxiety in fearing that they're going to miss things, right? And the ability by which, and I feel like I see the energy that's working into, right? Like they're finally, like they're moving away from missing things, and now they're on a mission, right? It's like I just keep on hearing the guide say, as soon as they stop worrying about missing things, they find their mission, right? They find their purpose. Because and I feel like I see a situation here, right? And this is what's, I keep on hearing the guide say, in 3 years, they're going to consider this a blessing. Okay? In 3 years, they're going to consider it a blessing. Not today, not today. Whatever this nonsense is that I keep on getting, some like unhealed karmic was facilitating. Not today. But the observation of another, recognizing that this is the best thing that's ever happened, I feel like I see somebody that's starting something now, right? I feel like I see them starting something now. They're building some kind of healthy foundation. And the difference is, you'll recall, remember I said in the past, they were doing something that was energetically deeply connected to others. And the reason that the guides are so excited is this is something that's solely theirs, right? So it's interesting energy because this is what I keep on getting. And I feel like like there's a culmination that's arriving here between both of you to a certain extent. Now, I want to give you some bottom of the deck information on this, something to keep in mind going forward. Like I keep on it's they're getting clear-headed on something. And here's the thing I want to point out. It's not to say it's not to say that where they were wasn't good for them, is what I keep on getting from the, like it's interesting because there's a lot of messages that are coming through from the guide in relationality to a situation or scenario. It's not to say that where they were wasn't good for them, but it wasn't best for them, you know? And what's interesting about it is I feel like there's some energy that is deeply connected to them that's communicating that to them right now, right? Like I literally hear somebody having a conversation with someone saying, um, it was good for you, but it wasn't best for you, right? And the reason I keep on seeing that is because I keep on feeling like there was something that was coming through on that I keep like it's saying to me like the obligation, right? Like the obligation in not wanting to let someone down, right? Like I just and I think that you'll understand this because it has something to do with the past life, right? Because I want to remind you to the fact that you and a counterpart lift, like, and it's funny, I was about to say left, but the word was lift, right? Because you did something that you said this is what's best, even if it's not easy. And so you and them were having an argument about the difference between good and best, is what I keep on seeing, right? Because and I feel like the observation of another person articulating and arriving to an understanding on something, right? The modality or the capacity by which they themselves were trying to work through something, and in the capacity by which they energetically communicated upon it, what we effectively see was energetically occurring there was some space or some placement by which another person, right, trying to energetically articulate or trying to energetically communicate in the context of being able to identify that, I just keep on seeing like this is the breakthrough, right? It's like somebody's having that conversation that you are having through a whole different method. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Ella, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you for those gifts, Nicole. I appreciate you. Excellent. New mascot for the collective. What a I know it is a tease energy. Yeah, I've been feeling that too. Absolutely. Thank you, Bridget. Yeah, feeling very past life in here. Oh, that's wild, Bridget. Grand Rising, Nicole. So good to see you. Oh, that's beautiful, Bridget. I love that. That's what, remember what I said? You're coming into energy that's in alignment with you. Yeah, I just transitioned away, so I have more time. I resonate with this so much. I've been stepping into this lately as well. Thank you for also receiving this message, Chasing. The list is open, Nicole, if you'd like to get on the list. Oh, that's beautiful, Bridget. Well, you should post that. You should post that book. You should post that book over in the disco. Excellent. Yes, I feel that. Yeah, the Wood Wide Web. That's wild. Oh, I love that. I've got some, like, I've got a lot of, it's interesting too, because I've got a couple of different, um, there's a couple of different, like, we're going to go through, like, when we have when we go through our personal, I'll be unpacking a lot of those messages that I'm coming through because I've been getting a lot of them for you as well. Absolutely. Yeah, and the collectful, like, it's interesting too because it feels like I keep on getting, I wouldn't be surprised if you're going through experiences right now where it feels like others are dropping important pieces in front of you, is what I keep on getting. Mhm. I'm glad to hear that that was a grounding time for you. Grand Rising, Ella. Yeah, absolutely. We've got, I have, I feel pretty confident we'll be able to do it before that time, Nicole, if you want to get on the list. Love Israel, Stephen. Love is the only real thing. Tap to claim. Ella, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I mean, but it's necessary. I know it would be easier without it, right? I know it would be easier without it, but there's something you have to understand. Like, there's it when you think about it in a bigger way, it makes a lot of sense. Okay? Remember when I said guide eyes? I want you to think about fresh eyes, you know? Like, when, like, the difference between, you have to understand, like, the difference between guide eyes and fresh eyes are is very important. Yeah, a counterpart has been, like, absolutely in the thick of it. I can see it. Yeah, sharing. Okay, yep. It was oh yeah, you've got, yeah, per you, yeah, it's you've been experiencing, they've been experiencing something similar but very different. Similar but very, very different. Yeah, steering them away. Exactly. Finally. It's so interesting because my ex in my dream, so interesting because you had an ex that showed up in your dream space, but it felt like their ex, not yours. That's fascinating. And again, if you want to do a dream interpretation on that, we certainly can, to be able to unpack that, because we sometimes, we sometimes see that happening. Yeah, goodness, that was me at the beginning of the month. I was feeling like I was going to miss out. Yeah, but it's not that, it's not about coming to connection with you. It says to me something that they're building right now for themselves. Yeah. This year's almost ending. Make it 2.5. Exactly. I understand. Thank you, Bridget. I get that. I feel like my counterpart is exactly 2 years behind me on similar things. Let this serve as confirmation then. I've been through. I got you. Thank you for letting me know where you sent that message, Stella. You're so welcome. Oh, please continue to enjoy it. I'm going to say the same thing. Continue to follow your bliss right now, right? Go on bliss adventures is what I keep on getting for you. Thank you so much, dear. And just reading over the, excellent, one moment. Hi there, Norman. How you doing today? One moment, please. Okay. Okay, perfect. I am old enough, Flamboy. How are you doing today, Stephen? And thank you for the compliment. Mm. Good afternoon, Jack. I mean, I think that it's interesting. I think that it's interesting, Stephen, that you're articulating that from a masculine perspective, because I think that that's what everyone effectively wants to a certain extent, right? What's best and what's love are two different things. Well, I mean, no, I mean, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting that you say what's best and what's love are two different things. What would you need to unpack that further, right? Because there might be some shadow work there. What do you feel is the difference between what's best and what's love? How you doing today, Viking? Tamil, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the second person read for once we complete the daily collective. Ryan, these are donation based reads. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation. I'll be happy to read for you. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. For those who are not paid members, if you become a paid member, it becomes 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more. Also, paid members all receive a free 1 card each day. Thank you, Rozzy, for the compliment. How you doing today, DS? Welcome, Michael. Love and light to you as well. Let's continue right now. Next person we are reading for today is, I've got Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? I believe you articulated that you sent the information. Don't you dare go up there, Stella. Oh, it's interesting. I was going to say Strega and Stella came out. Oh my goodness. That was wild. Okay, what am I going to be reading for in a minute, dear? Okay. That is too funny. Nope. Don't you do it. Thank you. Okay, good. Sorry. Striga's helping me with my readings. All right, before we continue right now, let's warm up our intuition muscles with an intuition check. For those waiting, we've got two more individuals who have priority before we get started on the daily collective. I've got the animal oracle card here. Let's count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. And I just need to pull up information related to this read. Just a reminder, if you have information that you would like to share with me upon related to readings, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Okay. Okay. Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable with me? Are you comfortable with this being outside tea, Stella? Excellent. Okay, wonderful. So, our reading yesterday touched me very deeply. I told you some things related to my grandfather. During World War II, they actually wrote in a diary that he would often lay in a meadow watching airplanes above him, saying how much he wished he could be a pilot one day. As I mentioned, I myself have completed a pilot's license in my 20s and am currently finishing my commercial airline pilot training. But only yesterday did I truly make that connection, even though I had known those facts all along. What you said about carrying on his legacy before me revealing that touched me deeply as well, because he was such a wonderful human being. And in many ways, I am too. I have a big heart. I'm beginning to understand that this is not a weakness, but actually one of my greatest strengths. I would love to hear your thoughts again regarding this connection. I would also appreciate if you could explain once more what you meant by cloaking in despair and how that seemed to happen similar to both him and myself. 4 cards, please. And thank you for being the first person on the list. You'll actually have an additional card in your reading. I want to start by pointing out, okay, these 3 cards are all stuck together. Okay? So that's relevant to our read. Yeah, I'm going to just keep them there. And one more. Okay. So, you know, we're going to continue our conversation that we were having yesterday as it relates to what it means when we're following our ancestral legacy. And our ancestral legacy is the ability, right? Our ancestors rejoice when we're carrying on ancestral legacy because it's the modality by which it feels like we are effectively their hands in the present. Okay. So I want you to be conscientious about that, right? When we understand, and this is also why you'll sometimes notice, I like to point out, sometimes when you're carrying on your ancestral legacy, those who are presently here aren't too keen on it. But like, I need to stress this. Just because you're carrying on your ancestral legacy, sometimes that doesn't mean that the energy presently here is that keen on it, right? Because it's not easy. Right? If it was easy to carry on an ancestral legacy, then everybody would do it. Okay? But the observation of being able to work through things, right? And to do, right? Much like to put the work of love into things is often, and we were talking, and it's interesting too, because this wasn't necessarily related to your reading, but it was attached to another message that we got yesterday, which is not always following popular opinion, right? It's not just being like do 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 and just like doing what everyone else does, right? Because like I'll tell you right now, like the last thing your ancestors want to do, being like here, yes, yes, I would like to introduce you to my I would like to introduce you to my progeny. Yes, they did what everyone told them to do. They're amazing. They did what everybody- It's amazing. Look at this one right here. Yep. Didn't no this one didn't want to upset anybody. This one didn't want to upset anybody. It's sometimes it's not easy. It's not easy following ancestral legacy, right? Because it's like you get your laurels, right? You get your laurels in different spaces. But that's the important thing about it, right? Because when we care about, when we understand the force of love that we put into things, then it's that modality of understanding, right? Like it's real, it's important, and we're never alone when we are honoring, when we're honoring healthy ancestral legacy in relationality to doing something that we know, right, that we know is right, that we know brings something, that brings abundance with it, right? Because that is what it means, right? Like it's the work that one does to preserve the future that identifies the different, that identifies what it means to build a legacy, right? And it often creates, right, and there you'll see those building legacy, right, that are battling, right? There are those building legacy that are just battling every day, right? Often in the space by which others are saying, "Why are you putting that effort there? Like, why are you trying so hard? Like, why are you moving in that direction?" Right? And that shape, right? The shape and nature of saying, because I know it's the right way, because I know it's important, right? That's the energy that paves the way. And so I see that the reason that this individual is one of your guides is, I see the fact that you and them in a very, maybe not having gone through the same things, but experiencing, right, experiencing beautiful symbiotic parallels in relationality to the fact that you know that they're in spirit, right? I keep on hearing, they used to look up. They used to look up at the clouds and wish. And now they look down from the clouds and they're proud, right? Because they see you taking that dream, right? They see you taking that dream that they used to have, and you are the living embodiment of that dream becoming manifest. So that is where we see, that is where we see a lot of that energy coming through, right? And it's interesting because they're sharing an angelic guide with you. And this brings us to these cards that are, yeah, the cloak of, like that. And I wanted to show you, want to talk about it, right? The cloak of the cloak of despair. Look at these cards, right? Awareness of the cloak of despair. Okay. And why do we see that there's an angelic that's articulating an apology for having to wrap you in a cloak of despair? Because when you are in an energetically low vibrational place, okay? When you're in an energetically low vibrational place, then having a dream is energetically dangerous. Okay? When you are in an energetically low vibrational place, then having a dream is energetically dangerous. And so the modality by which, right? The space by and I keep on getting, there's two different modalities by which the angelic is articulating. The space by which they energetically cloaked, the space by which another person had to go through. And I just want to describe this. The fact that they said, like I keep on hearing, their mouth was sealed in terms of what they energetically went through. I don't have access to that. They still carry that through. They still carry that through into spirit. Like I don't even have access to that part of their Akashic, because they literally, like, they stand, like that energy stands as guardian before it, and they're not, like, that's like they don't let anyone into it, is what I keep on saying. I respect. I'm like, I respect. I'm like, okay, I'm respective of that, right? Because it's the observation that they said I went through it so that nobody ever would have to again, is what I keep on seeing. I literally see somebody, I keep on hearing someone say, I want to know. And they go, no, my legacy is that you never have to go through it, nor do you even need to know about it, is what I keep on seeing. And that was what they identified was their greatest act of protection, because that is, and I want to describe energy like in this way, right? Energy that says, like, I keep wondering, they'd say, I work to keep that behind me, right? I work to keep that behind me. And in the space by which they worked to keep that behind them, they felt that that was them paving the way, right? That was them protecting and paving the way ahead of them. Because I keep on seeing the energy say, I don't want you to think about, didn't want anyone to think about me in a way that they had to carry the burden of the despair that I felt. Because I want to describe to you, I see somebody that's articulating that if they had shared what had occurred, they feel like another, like their ancestors, like like their legacy would literally have waged a war, is what I'm getting. Like it would never have ended, is all I keep on seeing. So that's why I keep on seeing the fact that they made that choice. They said it stops with me, is what I keep on getting. And that is how, right? That is how I see you kind of having, and it's interesting too, because I see the angelic working with you in a different capacity, right? Because the thing that the energy that I'm getting here, related to this angelic that was working with both of you, is that um and this is what's beautiful, right? There are, everything is about where we hold our purpose, right? Everything is about where we hold our purpose. So your ability of identifying, right? Your ability of identifying what energetically, I keep on seeing, what paves the way, right? What paves the way for a healthy, for a better future, right? Then your observation, and I keep on saying, I think what's beautiful about that is the message that I'm getting from both the ancestor and the angelic is saying that your valuation point, right? The most important thing that they're articulating is justice, not prejudice, is what I keep on hearing. Justice, not prejudice. And why do I keep on hearing justice, not prejudice, right? Making sure that the intention that you're bringing to something is to be protective, right? Is something that is protective, not directly with the desire to hurt another, right? And that is the conversation that I hear the energy articulating as it relates to how you proceed forward, right? Which says protective, not prejudice. Protective, not prejudice. And I keep on hearing protective, not prejudice, because and the reason that this is what I keep on seeing. Remember how I articulated that your ancestral is saying that they literally did not tell you something because they didn't want you going after another person. They didn't want a history. They didn't want a legacy of energy hating someone because of what have occurred to them. They're articulating that your ability to identify what makes a more protected future, let that be the shape that paves the way in relationality to your own intentions, because when you do so, then that is you carrying forward their legacy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. We've got one more reading today before we move into the free collective read. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 8K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a giveaway. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Okay. How you doing today, KR? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Digger, we're doing right now personal readings before we move into the daily collective read. That's yep, absolutely. Cloaking and pretending to be someone. Yeah, but the thing about, so Stephen, what we're reading for here is a particular message in relationality to angelic was trying to articulate something that occurred in the past of this particular individual. It was a very attenuated situation or circumstance. Oh, Tommy. Oh, Tommy. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest, we could read on it. Um it's a really complicated situation. And again, if you want to book a private reading with me on that as well, is something that we could do too. I'm sending you so much support. Make sure that you're navigating it with a sense of compassion. You're a safe space for them. That's why we go through it first. Thank you, Benny. I mean, I do my best here, Benny. Absolutely. Yeah. And just bear with me. And again, I want to apologize for the users that are coming into this space having hateful messages, they will be reported for hate speech. My apologies to anyone who may be offended by them. The purpose to be and purpose on purpose. I love that, Benny. Thank you for receiving these messages as well. Absolutely. Buddy, it's always been my understanding that you have to be physically there to put your energy into cards. If you're reading random energy over the internet, that it can be, well, anyone's energy. I mean, that's, I mean, you have to understand the nature of that is energy. If you can't touch energy, then what is it? What is, if I can't touch the energy that's around you? And you have to understand, if distance is an illusion, then you don't need to necessarily be in the presence of someone. And now I will point out, there are some readers that require the physicality of location to be able to read, but the ability for another person to bring their attention towards what we're doing here, from my experience, all I need is the intention, right? This is also why I articulate, like, when those that, like, this is one of the reasons I also tell individuals, like, I won't read for someone who's like operating machinery or driving while I'm reading, because I need the concentration point to be on what we're doing here. So no, Young, this is just my no, I don't. All right, let's continue right now. All right, the next person, hold on, I'm just reading over. And thank you, just reading over the comments that came through. The first card was the King of Cups. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, Bridget. I'm trying to walk more barefoot, and that seems to help energy levels a lot. Again, I feel like you're connecting to a lot of the practices that your past self used to utilize. Absolutely. Don't you do it? Yeah, what are you thinking about doing? Absolutely. Thank you as well, Stella, for having that reading with me and sending you support in your journey. I knew you were gonna say that, Bridget. I knew you were gonna reference that meme. Yep, absolutely. Oh, so interesting. I wonder if I'm following. Well, yours is different, Bridget, because when I read for you, you're following a past life legacy. So we're gonna talk about it. We can definitely do a reading discovery on it, Bridget. It was an absolutely beautiful reading. Absolutely. Yes, thank you for confirming what I was saying. No one could make them speak on it. Yeah, I keep hearing the song. Oh, that's beautiful, Bridget. Thank you for also including that. Stella, please pay attention to the song that Bridget posted, because it might be relevant to your reading as well. I love everything about this. You're so welcome, dear. Laurel, oh my God, that last reading just hit me right between the eyes in the best way possible. Thank you for also receiving this message, Laurel. All right, let's continue. Oh, I'm glad to hear you walk barefoot too. I know I'm a barefoot one too. All right, the next person we're reading for is Ivana. Ivana, everything got like really, what is going on? Okay. Hearing things lately? Wow. All right, let's get to it. Okay. Hold on a minute. Oh, Lordy Lord. I love reading for highly sensitive people is always crazy. Okay. Nicole, if you sent, I'll add you to it, dear. Can you give me an initial where you sent it to? Okay. Is before we continue right now with Ivana's reading. Oh Lord. Oh. Oh Lord. Hold on a minute. Okay. Oh, the highest gifter from Friday. I got you, dear. Thank you. Yep, I just added you back, dear. Okay. Before we continue right now with Ivana's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Good Lord. Hold on a minute. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on a minute. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The frog is basically a water dragon. Okay, Nicole, that's a stretch, my dear. Okay. All right. Thank you for also posting that, Laurel. Um oh my goodness gracious. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. All right. So, and did you okay. So I'm gonna pin up Ivana here. Guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. Outside tea. What past life connected to my spiritual gifts is most important for me to understand right now? And how can I use its wisdom to support my spiritual growth in this lifetime? It's interesting that you utilize the term. So, so the thing I'm seeing in relationality to your past life is, and I want to kind of like, I want to kind of point out the fact that you already identified something energetically relational, because you know you asked about the past life, and then you moved into the space by which you described it. Everything I keep on seeing, you weren't on this plane in the past life. It's every time I read for you, it gets very astral. Every time I read for you, it gets very, very astral. And the thing I keep on identifying is, if you the best way you can usually identify, like the best way you can usually identify when you weren't necessarily a person as you come to know yourself now, is you even revealed it in relationality to the way that you posited that question, by way of describing the past life. um the thing I keep on seeing is, if you often feel if you often feel, I keep on getting, um tamped down is the best word I keep on hearing. Like, having, like, I feel like I see the fact that you often are going through frustrations related to dampening issues, which is the space by which you're used to. Like, I just keep on seeing something about you being here is almost like existing without a sense, is what I keep on getting, right? And so it's really, I just keep on seeing that there's something about that, like that feeling of energetic frustration. Like, I keep on getting like, it's interesting too, because the way it's coming through, like, um, it's interesting because, and it has to do like whatever that whatever that guide is that comes to you, right? Like, the way that they're articulating it is almost like you feeling like you're missing an appendage, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like feeling like you're reaching for something and then remembering that you don't have it, is what I keep on getting. Being like, oh, I can't, right? Like that type of feeling. Um, I think it's really interesting because I think that one of the things I see that you're getting better at is energetically reconnecting with that astral body, is everything I keep on seeing. And that's what I meant. Because, like, as soon as I start to read for you, like, I can hear things in way, like, it's like my hearing changes. It's like my hearing. I was like reading for you, and I'm like, but you have to understand what's hard about it is I see you having to navigate a gift that others perceive as a hypersensitivity, right? Like, there you are running around with a gift that others perceive as a hypersensitivity. Because, and I need to point this out, this is often what we talk about in relationality to, this is why we talk about, like, this is what we talk about when we talk about ableism, right? And this is what you have to understand when others talk about ableism. Ableism is understanding that the world is created for the median, right? And so when the world is created for the median, then when one is navigating the world in an extrasensory way, right, it feels very clumsy, right? It can feel very inconvenient, specifically and particularly because it doesn't feel like it energetically accommodates the shape by which you yourself are experiencing things. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I feel like that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of the work that I see that's potentially occurring here. Like, I see you, and I feel like this is something that um, you'll probably continue. And here's the thing about it, right? And I feel like this is the important thing. And this is very much a lot of the work that I see that you came here to do, which is understanding. Because and how do I explain this best? The the energy that I see you connected to feels like time does not exist in the same way that it does here. And so you have to navigate the fact that when you are they're like, how do I explain this in a way that's going to make sense? Um, how do I explain that in a certain way? The past version of yourself is the future version of yourself in the context of the dimension by which that self exists. Okay? Like, that's the best. Like, do you know what I'm trying to say there? Okay? Um, because you have to understand, and this is why it's always really hard to read for you, because if there is a form that moves through time differently, then the modality of, like, the experience by which another person, like, I feel like I see the past life self utilizing the present self as reference because they don't experience time in the same way. They're not experiencing time linearly, right? So I feel like that is what is interesting in relationality to that, because and even in the context by which you keep on having the arrival point of an energy in your dream space that's familiar, right? And then being like, them going like, how's it going? How's it going? How's it going? It's like, how's it going? How's it going over there, right? Because it's working into, right? It's working into, um, I feel like, and I want to describe this, that the best thing I think when I see somebody with like the work that you're doing, start getting really intentional with the present. Start getting really intentional with the present. And when I say really intentional with the present, yes, you know, and yeah, you get it. Like you just use the word, right? Which is the understanding, right? Of saying, being like, you're exactly like, you are exactly where you need to be, right? You are exactly, and I know you are exactly where you need to be. And if you and if you don't feel, right, and this is the important thing, if you don't feel, if you don't feel that is correct, right? If you feel like there's something that could make that better, or if you feel like there's something there that needs to be attended to, right? Start, right? Start start there. Start, see about how having to change your mindset in relationality of saying, I'm exactly what I need to. If you're exactly what where you need to be, what do you need when you get there? Right? Because I feel like the hard part about it is, and I keep on seeing, um there's something very important, there's something very important that I'm observing in relationality to the fact that, and I think that you're gonna like, it's you know, and I'll send you, like, hold on a minute, like your ability to potentially, um I want you to make sure that you are thinking to a certain extent, um upon connecting to the higher self, right? It's like connecting to the higher self, but then also recognizing that observational work of your insight, like, I want you to make sure that you're writing down your insights a lot, in terms of not just how you're feeling, but what is less than ideal, and what is, and what is something that you yourself are coming to understand. I keep wondering, start writing down what you yourself are coming to understand as it relates to existing, and see if that changes anything, is what I keep on seeing. Because that is like, just keep on getting, when I read into you, like there's something really important about that purpose, because it feels very much like, you know, it feels very much like there was more of a conscious choice in relationality to working through something. And I believe we've talked about this, like you coming here specifically to answer a question, and something about you being the answer to that question is going to help. I just keep on hearing it's going to help, bring you into those gifts even further. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ivana. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 5 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Um, happy to do readings for anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, one moment, please. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very important word, Ivana. Mm-hmm. It's still confusing. Hold on, just reading over it. Yes, thank you for confirmation. Wow. Mm-hmm. It's fine. Everything is fine. Yeah. Yeah, it just comes and goes like a wave. Thank you for confirming. Mm-hmm. It's very strong. I even picked up on that in our reading. Oh, you did. Oh, thank you for also confirming, Nicole, because you read on her too. Yeah, I love that. Makes sense. I've been reading like 4 books on. Oh, thank you for confirming. You're reading like 4 books on time. It's funny because I was trying to say 4 books, and 4 bucks came out. Right? There's something about that. Hold on, I gotta write that down. Yeah, but this is why, right? You have to. I bet you're reading them all at the same time, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. It's still confusing, but you're trying. Yep, you're trying to get. Yeah, you're getting there. It's confusing. Yeah, like here's the thing about it. It's a hard gift to navigate. Okay. it's, it's a hard gift to navigate, and it's a hard gift to explain. It's a hard gift to navigate, and it's a hard gift to explain. Yeah, telling me this, I needed to hear it. It's just continue to be confident, even if it doesn't. No, but here's the thing about it. It makes sense to you, right? And that word that you articulated, right? Like that, like it's deeply connected to that. Mm-hmm. Okay, and thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. Makes sense. You're so welcome. And again, I gotta write that down too. Oh my goodness. Okay. Sorry, I'm just taking notes for you. Excellent. We're about to get started on the read, Cherry. It's just about to begin. Absolutely. Excellent. All right. And just reading over. Hi there from North Carolina. How you doing today? Hi there, Debbie. Welcome. We have to find a way. There always have to. Um, by literally means two, Deanne. So you might want to reconsider what you articulated there in terms of understanding the roots of words. Hold on a minute. Oh, thank you for also receiving this message, Stephen. Hold on a minute. Let me just point this here. Okay, perfect. Okay. Thanks, Stealthy. I'll take that as a compliment. Stephen, what are you implying in relationality to that question? Jillian, we're doing personal readings, but we're about to get started on the Daily Collective. Welcome from India, Tanu. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Oregano. These are donation-based reads. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for those who are paid members. Thank you for the compliment. Just relax. I need you to be a little bit more clear in terms of what you're trying to articulate, Stephen. Elaborate. Thank you there, just relaxed. How you doing today, Lonnie? So I'm actually, so I'm not, so you have to understand, I'm working on 2 different places right now. So if you hear me communicating with someone you don't see in the chat space, it's because we're in more than one space socially today. Thank you for the compliment, child. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And welcome, Penguin and Sabrina. Thank you, Amanda. Hope you're doing well today. Karen, one cards are specifically for those who are paid members. So if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw one card for you when the time comes. Excellent. And thank you as well. Hi there, Karen. How are you doing today? Scott, I need to point out you could be anywhere right now. You've got a very finite time on this earth. And when you do at the start of your day, sets the energy for the rest of your day. So again, I have a very simple rule here. Um, the same rule that I hold for anyone in the space, you can stay and be a part of these messages so long as you're kind. And that kindness is not only related to those individuals in the chat, but also to my person. So I'm saying that to you to hope that maybe you take some time to restore and work through whatever it is that you're projecting on me that you need to heal. And I hope you find the healing that you're seeking, but you won't be able to find it here today. Excellent. All right. All right, let's get started. I was just thinking, what a curious question. I know. I'm tired. Good to see you, Avatar. If you ever have a question, I'm just going to find you and skip the ride. I appreciate you, Avatar. Absolutely. Yeah, it just makes it so much easier. All right, my friends, we are going to get started right now on the Daily Collective. But if you'd like to get on the list today, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for once we complete the Daily Collective. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. For those who are interested in getting on the list today, we read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, dream interpretation, mediumship, angelic, animal spirit guide, love and relationship reading, guided messages, life path, dream interpretation, symbol decoding, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant to the purposes of our read, you can include it in our notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. That said, we're also doing 2 different giveaways today. Before we start the Daily Collective, the first giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter. Between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read, currently that spot is being held by Bridget. Thank you so much with 532. The other giveaway we're doing today is going to be a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen if you're joining us on the clock app, and we'll be over at 50K in no time. No, that Ivana, that felt very, very relevant in relationality to the reading as well. That said, before we start today's Daily Collective read, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. We'll be doing that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update for today, Monday, June 1st, 2026. We are going to get started on today's reads. We're going to get started with masculine energy. We're utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. I think you probably noticed as I was shuffling the cards, the first card came flying out. Can I get 2 more cards, please, for masculine energy? Thank you so much. We are starting our day off today with the 10 of Cups in its reversal, in combination with the Ace of Wands in its upright, as well as the Four of Wands in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're energetically seeing here, because it is these two cards in combination are very, very energetically relevant. Now, the one thing we understand that we like this right now, this energy that we're experiencing is all about building into deeper foundations. And the one thing you have to understand, right? One of the things that we work through when we're building into deep foundations is being able to identify and articulate um, what our own, I keep on hearing what our own preconceptions often bring us towards. And a lot of the work that we potentially recognize or identify there, I feel like I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy that is working on the healing journey, the ability to be able to build into a point of energetic empathy. I keep on getting empathy that is amplified. And what does it mean by amplified empathy? Amplified empathy is the observation or the ability to be able to see what another person experiences every single day. Because you have to understand, and this is what we often misconceive in the shape of love, right? Because what do you see often happens in the shape of love? The shape of love is often the space by which we hold forth to shelter others from things that we're energetically experiencing, right? And when you think about the force of love that acts as shelter, then that observation, like imagining, right? Imagining the most loving force that you experience. And what is that loving force doing perpetually, right? Like, what is the loving force doing perpetually? The loving force is perpetually working to energetically protect those around the self. And often, right? Often in the modality or the experience by which they don't necessarily, one doesn't even necessarily articulate upon the nature or the shape of something that one is energetically experiencing. Because even within that, right? Even within that is the shape and nature of love, right? It's the amplification and the articulation that allows one to be able to do something in a more strong, invested way. So I feel like there's something very important that's potentially occurring right now for a lot of the energy that's working through this, because it's the understanding that you don't necessarily need to experience something in order to have empathy for it, right? And in the modality by which we understand and recognize, and you'll often notice this, like entitlement, entitlement is deaf, dumb, and blind, right? Because why is entitlement deaf, dumb, and blind? Because entitlement is the modality by which another person does not realize the position from which they stand, right? It's the energy that entitlement is deaf, dumb, and blind, because it's the observation of someone going, well, I never experienced that. So it must not exist, right? And so there you see and recognize, right? The difficult work, right? The difficult work of those that embody love, right? The energy that works that embodies love, that is perpetually protecting so that others don't have to experience. And often in the space by which they're not even articulating the full depth of what they're experiencing, right? And then the entitled energy that does not work through the perception of being able to observe what they're being protected from, that then tries to disbelieve that the energy or the force that's protecting them is doing anything, right? This is how, right? This is how we move away from the energy that cares for us, because it's the observation. And this is why we articulate too in the context of working into the dynamic of belief, right? because belief is effectively the panacea of entitlement, right? Because in the modality by which we're able to perceive things, in the modality by which we're able to energetically observe them, we come to learn more. So we've got a lot of that energetic expansion point. And I think that this is beautiful because we've got here, right? We've got 4 pillars that are effectively identified, and then you have another one, right? Which is often why you'll often see this, right? Because when you think about the force of love, right? When you think about the force of love being navigated into the space of energetic strength, then you understand, right, that in the modality by which we work through our limitations, then it's the observation of understanding that what we do with our doubt shapes our energetic perception, right? Because you have to imagine the fact that if you're in a universe that is very that wants to give you what you ask for, then how you articulate paves the way of what you perceive. So if you move through life saying, I don't believe that, I don't believe that, then the universe that's kind and loving will deliver to you things that make you feel good in your ego, right? Because you're basically but you're basically articulating to the universe that you like to feel good. You like to feel good in the shape or nature of being able to show others, right? In terms of feeling you're asking for pride, right? You're asking for satisfaction. So satisfaction is what you'll energetically receive. But satisfaction isn't joy, right? Satisfaction isn't joy. Satisfaction is basically you lowering the bar of your own experience in the modality by which you arrive into, right? You say like, oh, like I've come here to be energetically satisfied, right? And so it becomes an energetic shortcoming. But when we build towards purpose, right, something beautiful happens, right? Because a purpose that is unified, like a purpose that is collectively shared, becomes the shape by which everything energetically changes. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, being respective and potentially even articulating upon the relationship that they aspire for, right? Being able to articulate and amplify the dream that they hope to bring into fruition. I feel like that's a lot of the energy that understands the valuation and the power by which, and I keep on getting the power that we create when we articulate to others what it is that we aspire to do, rather than, right? The difference between a life of inspiration versus a life of machination. And what is the difference between a life of inspiration versus a life of machination? Let's move into feminine energy. 3 cards for feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And we've got here, we're going to be utilizing for feminine today, the Aquarian Tarot. Can I get 3 cards for feminine, please? You got way more than 3. These cards are sticking together. Hold on a minute. Oh, wow, there's so many of these cards here. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. Lot going on in the headspace of feminine. All right, what do we got here? We've got the okay. We've got the Empress card in its reversal. Okay. We've got the Temperance card in its reversal. We've got the Hanged Man in its reversal. Oh my goodness. We've got the Two of Cups in its reversal. It's okay. It's okay. We've got the 8. Okay, this is good. Now we're getting somewhere. We got the 8 We've got the Eight of Wands in its upright, and we've got the Two of Wands in its transverse. And here's the thing, I like this, right? Because the thing about this is there's something I'm seeing here in relationality to feminine energy that is how do I describe this? Choice. The word I'm focusing on is choice. Because you have to understand that the nature the nature of being mature is navigating into, like, it's navigating into the space of choice, right? And this is what feminine, right? This is what feminine often articulates when it comes into the context of being seen, heard, felt, or experienced, right? And this is often what happens. Energy, right? Energy that does not realize that entitlement is an environment where others honor your choices, right? The observation of understanding the quality of entitlement is the space, like the level of entitlement that you experience, right, is equally proportional to the experience that you've lived where others honor your choices, right? And that's often why, and this is often why you understand, like, the shape and nature by which you will see somebody, like, you will see the most cruel energy that has ever existed, right? The most cruel energy that has ever existed will be sitting there seeing somebody operating completely out of need, like completely out of need. Okay? And then they'll turn their nose up to somebody and say, "Why are they choosing that?" Right? Like, look at the ugly face. Like, look at the ugly face of entitlement, right? Look at the ugly face of entitlement that will see somebody literally acting out of need and will try to articulate and say, why are they making those choices? Because we understand that when we understand that choice, right, that vulnerability is a gift, and the space by which we energetically honor the shape of being able to navigate choices is effectively, right, that is a modality of entitlement. And so often, this is why, this is why I just keep on seeing a lot of feminine energy that is working through the energy, I keep on getting, like, working through a lot of rough energy as it relates to being able to understand what it means, right? What it means to be working at full energetic capacity, right? Because this is almost the energy that identifies and recognizes that the shape and nature of being able to kind of apply that force of effort to things, right? Trying to put that force of effort into something. And then in the context by which one is trying to put one's force of effort into something, the ability of understanding, right? The ability of understanding what energetic assistance means, right? It's the ability, like, it's working through, right? It's working through the observation or the understanding of what it means to be able to build into a sense of possibility. So I feel like there's something really important there, particularly and specifically because, and I want to describe this, like, this is feminine energy that builds into the beauty of flourishing, right? And the thing you have to understand is flourishing, flourishment is nourishment. And why is flourishment nourishment? Because when we're working, right, when we're working on each other's, when we as individuals work on each other's mutual flourishment, then never do we feel more nurtured, right? Because it's the state or nature by which we understand how we're energetically supporting one another. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, working through that capacity, that ability of being able to identify, right? The ability to be able to identify what feels flourishing and nourishing is often the space by which one is able to expand or expound upon more, because that's what it takes. Like that is feminine working, like that's feminine working in the most beautiful way, because it's the space by which, right, it's a space by which they're building into mutual energetic effort. So we have a lot of that energy that's potentially working through that. And even I keep wondering, even in the space by which they're doing so, I feel like for a lot of that energy, the ability to heal, right? There's a lot of healing that's happening through there, because here's what happens, right? Let's talk about the limitation that often gets set on feminine, because when feminine is trying to overcome, right? When feminine is trying to overcome the space by which feminine is identified as pleasant, then feminine is working through it often creates in feminine an anxiety in navigating choices because of the energetic fear that arrives in energetically disturbing, right? In disturbing, in disturbance. But you have to understand peace, like peace is arrived through disturbance, right? Because the difference between peace and complacency is activation. Peace is an active state. Peace is something that we're perpetually working towards. Complacency is oppositional to peace. And what do you often hear with energy that's complacent? I was just trying to maintain the peace. And there goes the peace, right? Like there it is. There's no peace left, because the energy that was worried about maintaining the peace isn't creating the peace, right? It creates energetic volatility. So it's the understanding I keep on getting. Peace is an active state. Peace is an active state. And when you understand that peace is an active state, then you activate towards peace because you're working to keep it, right? You work to keep it. It's a perpetual state of rest, of repair and restoration, right? This brings us to non-binary energy. And for non-binary energy right now, I feel like we're going to use the Tarot del Fuego today. Can I get 3 cards? We got the 10. Wow, we got the 10 of Cups in its reversal again. So we've got double 10 of Cups energy here. We've got the Ace of Pentacles in its upright. And we've got the Temperance card in its reversal. And that's really interesting. So I want to show you this right now. It's very important to identify, what do we have happening here? We've got cards coming in the non-binary space connected to both masculine and connected to feminine, right? And here's the thing about it. I feel like there's something very important that's happening in this energy, in relationality, to trying to work through, trying to identify and help others be able to identify and recognize the full breadth of an energetic experience. And the thing I keep on seeing here is what often occurs. Like the best way I can describe this is, I want to point out, it's very hard to be in the space by which you see a perpetual unnecessary battle, is what I keep on getting. It's very hard to be in a space by which you see a perpetually unnecessary battle. is the best way I can describe it. Because the thing about it is I just keep on seeing a lot of energy that identifies, right? And here's the thing about it, right? When it comes to um the word, like the triggering point that we often arrive to in the space by which we work towards a higher purpose is often being able to see, right? It's often being able to see others' latent anxieties as it relates to the trauma that one carries, built and based upon, right? And I keep on hearing this, the violent opposition that we come into in describing a whole energetic signature. The violence, right? The inherent violence that occurs in identifying a quality and characteristic related to an entire energetic signature, right? And that modality, like that experience, right? Being able to identify that quality and characteristic is what often feels, I keep on hearing, what often feels like it creates situations by which the energy feels very isolated, right? Because it's the strangeness that energetically arrives in relationality to, you never, like, here's the thing you have to understand. You can usually tell, right? You can usually tell when another person doesn't know anything about an energetic signature when they imply the ubiquitous they, right? Like that is the sound of prejudice that's occurring when another energy tries to apply ubiquitous they into things. So the experience by which this energy often finds, right? Experiences by which the energy itself feels estranged in the modality by which others try to articulate the whole perception, right? The negative perception that they have upon something, right? Or the negative perception that they have upon another, right? It's a recognition of understanding that when you talk about, you can't say that you desire something and then only speak upon it with prejudice, right? You can't say, why can't I find it? And then you speak upon it with prejudice, because it's the modality that understands that when you say, why can't I find it? And you speak upon it with prejudice, then that would be indicative of the fact that the energy is probably hiding from you, right? I got the answer to that situation for you very quickly, right? There it is. Like there is the equation. Okay, there's the equation. There you see somebody being like, why can't I find the perfect blah? All the blahs are like this. The blahs are awful. Everywhere I go, I can't find the blah. And meanwhile, all the blahs are running away from energy that's speaking upon them like that, right? Because that's the signature that you're creating, right? You can't create a cradle for something. You can't say that you're desiring something and then putting claws into it. And each and every moment that you identify, like, that's not love that you're trying to bring into something, right? Like, yeah, that's not love. Like, you're like literally going up to energy being like, why can't I find it? Why, like, it's all like this, and being like, no, it's not, but maybe you need to think about the way you're energetically approaching something. You know, like, that's how you come across. I think that's what you come across energetically. And the reason I'm saying blah is it happens on both sides, right? Everybody's guilty of that, right? Like that, it doesn't matter. That's why I'm using the word blah, because I can't even, because if you're doing that, well, then you can't be surprised, right? You can't be surprised when you can't find who you're looking for. If you're going, where are they? Like, well, I don't know. What do you want to do with them when you find them? Like, it's a little disturbing. So I feel like that's what's really important. And I think particularly for a lot of the energy kind of having to work through experiences, right? It's hard to get somebody out of that headspace. It's hard to get someone out of that headspace because it's like it's having to say to somebody like, have you like, and you want to say to someone kindly, like, have you respectfully tried changing your you're like, but then you, but it's, and so I feel like, that's what I potentially see that's happening there. And I feel like, and I think it's interesting because I almost feel like this energy is probably having conversations with somebody being like, you get it, and being like, I get it, and it often creates a feeling of feeling very isolated, right? Because I almost feel like it's noticing, right? It's noticing the tendency of others to try to feel good by putting another energetic signature down, right? It's not qualitative. It's understanding that when we care, we're able to effectively identify or articulate what's energetically happening there, right? So I just keep on hearing, it's almost like I keep on hearing, not how dare, what's happening there, right? Not how dare, what's happening there, right? Not the energy that puts forth, but the energy that works to understand deeper. Continuing to get clarification, moving into back into masculine energy. Can I please get 3 cards for masculine? And we're going to be doing the heart space of masculine, and we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian tarot for the heart space of masculine. 3 cards, please. These cards are stuck together. I just want to point this out. Like, they're really, this is some heavy unpacking on the part of masculine. The moon card in its reversal. And I got to point out, both of these cards are existing in the second pillar. There's no cards in the third pillar right now in the heart space of masculine. The 10 of Cups in its upright. So I've got to point in its reversal. So we've got, this is important. We've got double 10 of Cups in its reversal out right now. We've got 3. I got to point out, we got three different 10 of Cups right now in their reversal. So we've got 10 of Cups in its reversal with the page of Pentacles in its upright. And what I basically see that's happening there, it's saying to me, I keep on hearing major force, right? And I want to point this out, like, and this is what you have to understand, okay? And healthy masculine energy understands this. You can't force love. You can't force love. All you can do is share it, right? That's all you can do. You can't force love. All you can do is share it. And when you share it, there becomes more of it, right? You can't force love. All you can do is share it. And when you share it, then there's more of it. But you'll often see this, right? You'll often see somebody who's unhealed. What do you see? Like, the quality and condition of someone unhealed being like, why won't they love me? Being like, are you okay? Like, are you okay? Right? Because why? Like, it's because that's not love. That's not, so I got a little possessive in here. It got a little possessive in here, didn't it? Right? Because that's the thing about it, right? Um, we see, like, the things that you love will break your heart in the best way possible, because you understand that the enormity of the feeling that you have for something or someone, right, is uncontainable, right? It's just, there's like, it's its own force, and it's like, and the space by which we work through it, and it sometimes can feel very difficult, right? It can feel very difficult when we have so much love for things. And the thing about it that we have to understand, and I feel like healthy masculine energy understands this, your love exists. The reason we describe it as unconditional is that it's unconditional in that it exists even if another person chooses not to receive it. Okay? I'm going to say it again. That's what we mean by unconditional love, right? It's not like the love blips out of existence if another person doesn't choose to receive it. And here's the most beautiful thing, right? The space by which we honor another's choices, the love grows even further, right? The love grows even further because it's the understanding. That's what we mean by finding the divine unconditional love in things and being like, the love exists regardless of how another person receives it, regardless as to how another person chooses to carry it, because we know that we are the force of it, right? And when we understand that, our love becomes impenetrable because it does. And we don't, and here's the thing, but here's the thing about it, you want to see the love just go away when you try to force the love into something, right? When you carry the love, it's everywhere. As soon as you try to force it, it disappears. As soon as you try to force it, it's gone. And so we see that for a lot of the energy, right, that work saying, how can I make this love grow, right? We understand that that is the journey that we say within ourselves. And it's a space by which we say, when we don't have love, we don't say, I'm angry. Where's the love? We say, how can I make more of it, right? Because love loves love. And the more love you put, if you're missing love, don't go looking for it, start creating it, right? Start building into those random acts of kindness. See what happens. See how it comes back because the love desires to multiply. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's feeling, right? That's understanding that there is no emptiness. There's no limitation on how much love can be, right? There is no loneliness epidemic, but there is a consistency virus. And our ability to start filling the consistency with love, right? To fill the consistency with beauty, to fill the consistency with beautiful things, that allows the love to flourish even more. And that is enough space by which we identify that our hands are never empty of love. Our hands are begging to create it. And I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's working into that way. And that's why we see, right? Like there's that missing third energy here in relationality to the sense of anticipation as energy is working into the context of identifying how to create more love in their energetic experience. Now, this brings us to the feminine energy. For feminine right now, we're going to, again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For feminine right now, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards for the heart space of feminine, please. Oh, good. 3 this time. How nice. A lot on the feminine's mind right now. 7 of Cups in its upright, as well as the 4 of Swords in its upright, as well as the Knight of Swords in its reversal. So what are we energetically seeing there in relationality to feminine? I there's some, I got to describe this. I feel like there's something like it's like, it's I'm trying to read into it. I'm sorry, these 3 cards in combination, man. These 3 cards in common, like, like this is the best way I can describe this. Okay, is it's giving me the type of energy that says, like, when we, all one can do, right? All one can do when one is working fastidiously, okay, is doing everything one can, right? And you'll all, and this is the shade, like this is often, this is what happens, because I feel like to a certain extent, like what's happening right now in feminine energy is working on energetically healing from experiences, right? From experiences, from, I want to describe this, like what happens. Um, there's something, there's something very, there's something very difficult to recognize or identify when we see experiences wherein, the best way I can describe it, um, we work into, we work into the capacity of understanding, but not just the capacity of understanding, but the capacity by which we put, um, force of effort into things is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting in relationality to putting force of effort into things. The observation of understanding that the work that one does expansively, and I feel like this is, I feel like this is a lot of the feminine working to heal trauma as it relates to others' misperceptions of feminine, right? Because the thing you have to kind of identify and recognize there is, um, the work that one does, the work that one does to energetically expand or expound upon something is the identification point in being able to facilitate upon, um, how, like the like I keep on saying, like, and like I'll put it this way. I see feminine having navigated situations where when there's some energy when, even if you're trying to share something, someone will try to articulate and say how, like they'll, like someone tries to identify the negation point, because it's the understanding, like the work that we do, like the work that we do in terms of sharing upon things should always be, like is always energetically appreciated, right? And so I feel like what's happened is feminine is getting very, very good at being able to identify a trauma environment. And the way you can usually identify a trauma environment is the space by which, the minute you say to someone, it seems like nothing I do is good enough, right? Because when somebody is trying, when you identify the space by which another person says, it seems like nothing I do is good enough, then it's understanding that that is potentially a trauma environment, because trauma environments like to squeeze things, not nourish them, right? Trauma environments like to squeeze things, not nourish them, because it's the understanding, right? That when we build into nourishing environments, then it's something that energetically grows. But the energy, and this is what happens, like the energy that likes to squeeze is always surprised because their hands end up empty, right? And then they build into, right? And here's the thing about it, like when you squeeze things, you basically find bitterness there, right? Like when you bruise something, then you create bitterness. But when you energetically, like work, right? When you work to energetically grow upon it, then something is able to be nourished even more. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because it's that conversation, right? It's that observation of feminine having been trauma informed, being able to articulate to others experiences by which they themselves have had to heal because, right, another person not building into energetic appreciation, but rather, right, like the convenience, right, the convenience of projecting cruelty in energy that's already giving, right? It basically identifies and shows. And here's the thing about it: observe, don't absorb. The ability to identify the shape of the person, right? And the observation upon it, it can sometimes feel devastating, right? But even in that devastation, profound beauty and protection, because it's the observation of being able to see something with a deeper sense of clarity. Now this brings us to the non-binary energy. And so for non-binary energy, 3 cards please. Clarification between the 10 of Cups in its reversal, the Ace of Pentacles in its upright, and the Temperance card in its reversal. And for our purposes, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards. We've got here the Ace of Pentacles in its upright. And this is really important here. So I just want to show you this, okay? We've got double Ace of Pentacles here. Okay, double, like lots of Ace of Pentacles right now in the space of non-binary. We've also got the Page of Pentacles, which again is in alignment to the masculine energy that we were seeing. Okay, and I already can guess what this is going to be. The Page of Cups in its upright. The Page of Cups in its upright. So we've got, this is really interesting. So we've got double page energy here, as well as an Ace of Pentacles in the heart space of non-binary. and the thing about it is, you know, and I want to point this out. This is a continuation of, I feel like this is a continuation of non-binary energy communicating upon the fact that one does not need, when one is healed, one does not need to be present for every conversation, is what I keep on seeing. This is the energy that is very attenuated and being able to tell the difference. Okay. The difference between energy, we have conversations based upon maturity, right? And a mature conversation is not about articulating upon inappropriateness, right? You'll often see this, like the space by which another person, right? The space by which another person asks something wildly inappropriate, right? Like the space by which another person asks something wildly inappropriate and then tries to effectively weaponize, right? The space by which someone asks something wildly inappropriate and then tries to weaponize one's own reaction against it, right? The modality of saying, oh, like the space by which energy, like you'll see the force of projection in your life, because what'll happen with energy that wants to project upon you, they will show up with one thing and one thing only, which is audacity, right? They will show up with audacity and the audacity, and they will energetically try to increase the audacity and increase the audacity until one is effectively reactive to it. And then someone will try to articulate that the reactivity was the reason that they had the audacity in the first place, right? The retroactive excuse for audacity based upon the response of an individual, right? That is the nature of of audacity, right? Like there it is, being like, oh, like why are you so upset? And being like because it's upsetting. Because, and here's the thing about it, and this is what I like about all those planets in Aries. We're supposed to be upset about things. It's really unnatural not to be upset about things. Like if you aren't upset about anything, how's that disassociation going? Right? That's you living a comfortably numb existence. If you're not feeling what is wrong with you, and if you can't tell that something's in wrong, like never is something more wrong with someone that you have to explain the wrongness of something to, right? Never is something so wrong then you have to explain to someone the wrongness of something too. Because again, what happens in the space of entitlement, right? That's entitlement that goes, I've just never experienced that, so it must not exist. Right? That's the song of entitlement. That's the song of entitlement that goes, I've never experienced that, so therefore I don't believe it exists. Failing to recognize that never has someone looked more foolish, because their entitlement is literally passing before their lips, right? They're just, woof, there it is. There it goes, right? There it is. Like, case in point, example. Yes, yes, of course. Yes, yes, yes. That's because you're in an entitled space. I mean, like, that must not exist. I've never experienced it. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone, this is the entitlement. Hello, hello. Would you like to meet the entitlement here? Yes. Right. Like, this is exhibit E for entitlement. Right. This is exhibit E, entitlement. And that's the thing about it. You can't get anywhere, right? You can't get anywhere. You don't, and here's the thing about it, you don't get in conversations, right? You never have a conversation with anyone that tries to make you feel like you need to explain the fact that you exist. You're not going to get anywhere in that conversation, right? There's no point, there's no purpose, right? Because it's the understanding, right? That if somebody is in such an entitled state that they don't believe the experience of personage, then there's no explanation that you can potentially give them, specifically and particularly, right? You want to talk about being left behind, this is what they mean by it, right? Entitled energy gets left behind. And entitled energy gets left behind because you can't see the reality that you're experiencing. Okay? Like, that's what it means. continuing continuing to get clarification, moving back into masculine energy, right? Moving into masculine energy, and we're going to be working through the unconscious of masculine right now, and we're going to be utilizing the what do we got here? We're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the unconscious of masculine. One, two, three. Ooh, look at that spinner. We got a little spinny. We got a little spinner card here. All right, that one's transverse now. We got the Two of Wands, and there's so many wands in the masculine reading right now. Two of Wands, and it's upright. Queen of Wands, and it's transverse. Okay. And Eight of Pentacles in its reversal. So let's and I want to point this out, and I feel like this is masculine energy that like recognizes this. Watch the audacity of someone talking about the fact that they know the headspace of someone they've never met. I'm going to say that again. Watch the audacity of somebody talking about the headspace of someone they've never met or even touched. Like, even touched. Okay. Have you tried like someone being like, let me tell you about what's going on in their head. Let me tell you what's going on in their head. Let me tell you what's going on in their head. Have you ever spoken to them? I don't need to talk to them. I know what's going on in their head. I know what's going on in their head. That's great. How's that delusion serving you? Like, and I think that that's what's important here, right? Because that's the ego. There it is. Like, there's the ego, right? And so when you understand, right, there you see somebody in the echo chambers of their own ego, right? Like it's articulating upon the individuated state, the unique characteristic of, and I feel like this is what's happening with masculine. When you're trying to have a conversation with someone, and it's interesting too, because it feels very aligned with the non-binary energy. When you're having a conversation with someone that is deep within, right? Deep within the echo chamber of their own ego, that nothing that you say gets through. Right. And here's the thing about it. And I think that for some, and here's the most healing masculine energy. Some of the energy recognizes it from personal experience. And that's okay too. Because here's the thing I want to point out. If you recognize that, congratulations. That's not you anymore. Right? If you recognize that from the past, congratulations, you're free. You're free of it. Right? The ability to identify a tendency within us is the moment that we are liberated from it, because it's the moment by which you're able to identify something that you have a choice in relationality to what you do with it. And that's why we don't hold on to that's why we look at regret as a gift, because you have to understand the context of carrying regret is, in its very essence, a blessed state, because it means that you yourself are maturing, that there are things that you identify that you would do differently, is the function of the healed. We carry the burden, we carry the cross. We carry the cross of the suffering that we could not see at the time that we performed it. And we bring it to a better place. We bring it to a higher place. We raise the energetic standard while at the time, in every experience, identifying and recognizing, right? Carrying the weight of that energetic burden. And by some miracle, we find the strength to effectively move forward with it. So we see that for a lot of the energy, working through that, right? Navigating that fragile territory of being able to identify and work through experiences by which one is able to navigate and identify the desire to do something differently. It's heavy, it's painful. But even if it's painful, it's blessed because you identify that you don't have to dwell in it. You can do something better about it. And this brings us to feminine, clarification for feminine, unconscious of feminine right now. 3 cards. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. What do we got here? We've got the Knight of Cups in its reversal. We've got the 2 of Cups in its reversal. So we've got, yep. And we've got the Devil card in its upright. And here's the thing about it. Like, you know, the thing I keep on seeing is us against them is no space to build a reality. That's all I keep on hearing. Us against them is no space to build a reality. Right? But it's painful though, because you'll see somebody, right? Like you'll see somebody, like energy that's in pain always looks for something. Like always looks, energy that is in the most pain person you will ever meet will be looking for something to test their strength against. Right? The most pained person, the person in the most pain you will ever meet, will be looking for things to test their strength again. And often they try to choose the weakest, right? There's the most pain, there's the most pain person you'll ever meet, right? Trying to find something to make themselves feel good about something. And what do they do? What do? Right? They try to find the weakest. And that observation, right? That quality and condition by which we understand and we arrive to that point, that is why we understand that feminine, right? Feminine is the universal protector, right? Feminine is the universal protector, because when you understand that feminine in their natural state is the universal protector, it understands that vulnerability is not something that should be harnessed or taken advantage of. It should be something that should be nurtured and cultivated. Because when you try, and because feminine understands, right, that when you try to squeeze vulnerability out of something, all you get is an empty hand, right? When you try to squeeze vulnerability out of something, all you get is an empty hand. But if you allow that energy, the time to flourish and expand, something absolutely beautiful occurs in that capacity. Something absolutely amazing and miraculous happens in that space, right? But you have to be patient. You have to be encouraging. The breath of life is speaking beautiful things into the things that we love. Because when we speak beautiful things into the things that we love, beautiful things happen. So we see that that's a lot of the feminine applying that breath of life to things, right? Which is speaking goodness into them, speaking possibility. But it's hard because there you are, right? There's feminine, right? Speaking possibility into things, right? And what happens in an uncivilized society, right? You've got feminine who's got the gift of life, the ability to breathe life into things, and there you have the uncivilized society that keeps on trying to tell feminine, be pretty, stop talking. That's not feminine's purpose. Moving towards non-binary energy, 3 cards for non-binary. We've got, and we're going to be utilizing the we're going to be utilizing the we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the unconscious non-binary. One more, please. We've got the 4 of Swords in its reversal. We've got the World card in its reversal. And we've got the Queen of Swords in its reversal. So it's in, I got to point out, there's something very interesting about today's spread. And what's interesting about today's spread is the only swords that we see arriving in today's spread, unconscious of non-binary. How's it going with all those slights that nobody wants to talk about? I saw, yeah, they're real. Those slights you've been getting, they're real. Yeah, the slight slice, the slice slice, the slight slice. And the observation, right? The observation of the slights that slice is often the modality or experience by which another person, right? This is often what happens in the shape of anything. The history of civilization is built upon and based upon, right? The quiet, right? The quiet feeling of someone trying to say, don't you feel uncomfortable here? There's a history of that, right? There's a history of that. Don't you feel uncomfortable here? Don't you feel uncomfortable? Don't you feel uncomfortable? The mild discomfort, the perpetual mild discomfort that broadcasts to another what another person truly thinks about an individual, right? You know when you see that. Don't let it shape the way you feel about yourself. That has nothing to do with you. That has absolutely nothing to do with you. Has everything to do with the shape and nature of the person that you're standing beside. And I'll tell you right now, your ability to amplify and articulate, you deserve to stand where you're standing. You don't deserve to have others make you feel uncomfortable. And the ability by which you are able to articulate upon that, the ability by which you're able to navigate that space, right? Don't allow another person's uncomfortability that they're trying to project upon you change the shape of the way that you hold yourself. Okay? Because I'll tell you right now, the space by which a history of energy constantly, you're not the only person experiencing a history of experiences by which an energy tries to articulate what has ever happened in scenarios like that. What is the tide of history always shown? What is the tide of history has always shown in relationality to those who shine light versus others who try to say, shouldn't you tone it down? Shouldn't you go away? Shouldn't you go somewhere else? What does the tide of history tell us happens in those experiences? Don't think momentarily, think longer. Bottom of the deck, don't let it upset, don't let it affect you. Allow it to articulate for you. Bottom of the deck for masculine energy, utilizing the Tarot del Fuego, the Hermit card in its reversal. I feel like I see a lot of the masculine and the healed masculine energy right now really working upon. The hard part is the context of understanding what it means to be energetically, to work towards protectiveness. And the space by which I just keep on getting, especially with the Hermit energy in its reversal, the observation of being able to identify, right? There, and here's the thing, and here, like, this is the thing about it. Like, I feel like I keep on hearing masculine energy say, your loneliness tells on you, right? Your loneliness tells on you, right? Because you have to understand that lonely comes from a lack space, right? That loneliness has nothing to do with the individuals around us. Because if you don't fix your loneliness, you could literally, like, if you're lonely, you could literally be in the relationship with the most perfect person, the most amazing person in all of experience, in all of existence. If you are lonely, you will be in the best relationship you will ever find with the best person you could possibly imagine, and still the loneliness persists, because loneliness is not resolved by people. It's resolved by authenticity. Loneliness is the internal self begging to be free by being more authentic. So if you're lonely, the solution is not finding a person, it's by living more authentically. And until you do that, you will carry that loneliness with you into every single relationship you will ever find. It will poison the relationship from the inside out, because the issue is not, relationships don't change us, they reveal us. And so that ability of working through that, it never goes away entirely, but how we navigate it, how we regulate upon it, how we nourish that articulates the difference between the joy that we find within us that then those who are in relationship to us experience, versus, right? Versus the isolation we bring with us everywhere we go, right? Your loneliness is a force field preventing you from relationship. And when you work to heal that, then everything begins to change. But it's not changed. There's no person, there's no person on this earth that can cure you of your loneliness. But there's one person who can, and they never leave your side. They are with you every step of the way. Continuing for feminine, bottom of the deck, and we're utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. This is like the shape and nature of feminine energy, and I want to point this out, right? The shape and nature of feminine being able to identify a trauma environment is the ability of, again, the most healing words you can bring to a situation is, what would you have me do? Right? What would you have me do? Because here's the thing about it. Traumatizing experiences will find fault in everything, right? Traumatizing experiences will find fault in everything. So the ability by which you identify and say to another person, what would you have me do instead? If they cannot energetically answer that, then you have effectively, right? If somebody always has something negative to say about something, but then cannot provide the panacea of a solution, then congratulations, you have discovered the source of the trauma. Congratulations, you have discovered the source of the trauma, right? And there's something important about being able to understand the source of trauma, because when one is able to understand and identify the source of trauma, then one can effectively, it's not appealing, but it's revealing, it's fortifying, because the best thing that you can do, right? The best thing you can do in experiences, in and I can't describe this, because here's the thing about it, and like this is what it really means. You have to like it's, I know this can sound wild. You have to forgive the force of trauma, because when I say they don't understand, when you don't when I articulate that there are energetic consequences for being the force of trauma, like I cannot articulate that, because it's understanding the quality and condition by which the best way we work to heal is trying to facilitate the fact that we're energetically trying to avoid that, right? And that space of doing, and I keep on getting, doing the best you can is always enough. Because if all of us were doing the best we could at any moment, imagine what kind of world this would be. If everybody was doing everything that they could at every moment, imagine what we could change. Imagine what that world would look like. Your job is not to change others. Your job is just to embody. And I know it's frustrating when you're doing that work. I know it feels unfair, but beauty is not built. Beauty is not built in addressing the unfairness, but it is built in being the beauty made manifest, being the force of change, being the force of compassion, being the moment by which everything can move into a better direction. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, that articulation of having to navigate that, remember, if you're doing that, you are the energetic shield. You are the energetic shield. Bottom of the deck for non-binary, Aquarian Tarot, Queen of Wands, and is upright. Here's the thing about it. I gotta say, like, I feel like there's something really important in relationality to, I feel like there's a lot of the work that I see that non-binaries, like energies, working through as it relates to articulating upon their experience. And the reason I keep on seeing this is because for a lot of this energy, um, working through, right? And I want to point this out, okay? It's not reactive to point out to someone that it seems like they're trying to elicit a reaction from you. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. It's not reactive. Okay? It's not reactive to point out to another that it seems like they're trying to elicit a reaction from you. I feel like saying that may help in circumstances or situations, because I keep on seeing for a lot of this energy having to have navigated situations by which energy tries to take reasonable feelings, right? A traumatizing place will try to take reasonable feelings and utilize them against the self, right? Like, there you go. That's the most traumatizing place you'll ever experience. We'll try to take a reasonable feeling and utilize it against the self, right? That observation of you being able to articulate experiences like that is saying, what is your intention upon that? What are you trying to elicit? Right? And because sometimes being able to understand, like, sometimes the best thing when someone's being audacious, ask for directions. When someone brings you audacity, ask them directions. Right? Where would you like me to take this audacity? Where would you like this conversation to go next? What do you hope will effectively resolve or come through? Because usually, if they can't answer, the answer is a wild reaction, right? Because you'll often notice someone being like, oh yeah, I said, like, and they won't say it, right? Like, someone being like that will be like, oh, I didn't really say it with an intention. I was just hoping to get a reaction out of you, right? That is literally you dealing. That is the sound of immaturity speaking, right? That's the sound of immaturity being like, why did you do that? Oh, for volatility. Oh, you wanted to hear something go boom, right? Like, okay, like don't don't give someone the energetic satisfaction, right? Because the only person that wants a rattle is a baby, right? The only person that wants a rattle is a baby. So you have to kind of look at it with that same sense of decorum. Thank you so much. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. Our next class will be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards based upon the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we've been navigating. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today, so you'll be getting a free reading. And if anybody else would like to get, and thank you so much to, hold on a minute, Bridget, you came in second. So you will have an additional card in your one card reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, you will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, you just need to let me know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list via my tree that is Binks in it in my Lio. For those individuals who are asking questions over on the place where we keep the videos, I do not read the comment section when I'm doing the reading because we are filming a podcast. So that's why I'm going to go ahead and address those questions presently. Excellent. And thank you, Sparkles, for those gifts. I appreciate you. Okay, you shall. It's not pre-recorded, but if you want to continue to say that, it's fine. Oh, Lord. One moment, please. Anthony, this is not pre-recorded. Thank you so much for the compliment, Counterfeit. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Absolutely. Rabbit, I was utilizing 3 different tarot decks today for this reading. So we were using specifically the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, the Aquarian Tarot, the Italian version, and the Tarot del Fuego. I hope that helps. And thank you for the compliment, Summer. Thank you for those gifts, Mater. I'm very aware that Yeshua loves us. Esray. Absolutely. Thank you for also receiving this message, Drake. I'm happy to read for you on that MRI. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I will tell you that almost inevitably when I'm reading, that's usually not the case of what's occurring. So make sure that you're not navigating a situation from a fear-based mindset. Absolutely. Space, I leave that to you to decide. Absolutely. Thank you for the compliment, Liz. Hurt people do hurt people, John, unfortunately. And thank you, BB, for those oranges. I appreciate you. Good to see you today. And thank you as well, Pop Up, for the heart me's. Please remember, friends who are joining us over on the over on the clock app, if you would like an animal oracle card on top of your one card, please make sure that you are also giving your daily heart me's. I appreciate it. Absolutely. You're so welcome. Thank you as well, Ivana. Excellent. Nope, you haven't missed the collective. We just finished it, Cherry. Perfect timing. Absolutely. And thank you as well. One moment, just reading over. Adam, thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. Nikki, look who's here. Who's going to tell her? Did anyone tell her yet? Did anyone tell her? Okay. One moment. Every time, man. Every time. And just bear with me a moment. Perfect. Absolutely. And thank you for those hearts, Nicole. Yeah, the blahs are running away. No blah for you. The blahs have left the building. And thank you again, dear. Absolutely. Excellent. Guys, make sure to give BB some love too. Reader supporting readers. And Laurel, reader supporting readers. Why is this making me want to cry? Sending you support if this message connected to you, Laurel. Even though it's rough, a lot of alignment throughout. I know it's hard energy right now. But, again, I think that's why we're looking at these these strength relationships coming in. There's a lavender plant causing big issues, and no one in the house believes you. Oh, really? What's going on there? Is it new? We can do a read on it. I have done a plant reading before. I've done it. Absolutely. Hi there from New Mexico. I'm doing well. How are you doing today, Just My? Hi there, Meow. Excellent. Oh, don't say that you're invisible, IROP. Who? One moment, please. Sibe, I'm not sure what you're asking, dear. If you would like to get on the list for a reading, all you need to do is send a donation payment, and I'll be happy to read for you. That's true. I never thought like that. Thank you for receiving these messages, Sparkles. I'm missing this podcast. Don't worry, Ivana, you're not going to miss it. This is why we record it, in case you can't be present for the duration of the read. People wanting to victimize themselves of actions they decided to take and thought they wouldn't be consequences. Beautifully said, Ivana. You're so welcome, Sparkle. I'm so glad that this message connected to you as well. Yep, we just finished the collective. We're moving into personals now. Absolutely. I don't feel like you need to calm down. I think you need to calm up, Ivana. Absolutely. You're so welcome. Yep, you're right. Be real with yourself. Yeah, if you go into a relationship lonely, you'll only accentuate the loneliness. I've been saying that it's reactive abuse to being, oh, beautifully put, Sparkles. You're so welcome, dear. And Mary Beth, thank you for the follow. Sending you support, Ivana, if you've been dealing with this. And thank you for those gifts, Sparkles. I appreciate you. I know, it's wild, right? Like, when did June show up? It's crazy. The starfish, yes. Yeah, thank you. You're so welcome, dear. You have a fabulous day, Sparkles. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Grand Rising, Lucas. Good to see you. Energy, thank you for the follow. Got a bunch of great readers in here today. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love too. Readers supporting readers. Happy Pride, Lucas. Absolutely. All right, let's get to it. Oh, thank you, Rudy. That's kind of you to say. Hi there from Dubai. Okay. All right, let's continue. Thank you for the compliment, Victor. All right, let's get started. The next, we're going to get moving back into personal reads right now. But if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for, the first person we're reading for right now is going to be Purr. But before we begin with Purr's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. Nikki, did anyone tell you what the first card we pulled today was? Did anyone break it to her yet? Did anyone break it to her yet? Absolutely. Hi there, John. How you doing today? We just finished the daily collective read. We're about to get started on personal readings. So if you'd like to get on the list right now, all you need to do is send a donation payment. You'll be added to the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please, or paid members, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. I've heard they make incredible pets, Lucas. Oh, that's beautiful. You gotta leave them. You gotta leave them snacks. They like snacks. They're very snack based. All right, let's get to it. Is this, oh, it's disco tea. Okay, so we've got some disco tea here. So for those who are in our subscriber or paid member only disco channel, you can go ahead and read this information. For those who are not, I'm going to give you a hearth warmer, something to discuss while I read over some of this information. What are you working right now not to force? Mm-hmm. Oh, Lord. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Okay, it's all right. Let's get to it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 4 cards, please. All right. So I'm going to pin up. Really? I didn't know that, Lucas. Oh, that's fascinating. I didn't know it was illegal. Yeah. How you doing there, Final? One moment, please. And let me just pin up. Hold on. Let me just pin up Per here. All right, guys, make sure to give Per some love. All right. Can I please, can I get 2 cards? I'm going to do 2 cards on the pet situation. And then we're going to do 2 cards on the pet situation and then 2 cards on the other stuff. Okay. I feel like that's the best thing to kind of navigate. Hmm. Oh God. Jeez. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's get to it. The one thing I'm observing is the thing I'm observing in really, I need to bring you back into the space by which we've been having conversations on quadrants. Okay. And the thing I'm seeing, the thing I'm seeing in Do you remember what we articulated, or what you and another individual were practicing as it relates to the numerics? Do you recall what we were practicing, like what you and that the energy were practicing as it relates to numerics, right? Because I feel like the anxiety that I'm potentially, did you communicate that, did you take, um you know because I feel like I keep on hearing an energy, um that's working through, like there's a couple of things that are happening here. One, like I see somebody that potentially knew you were going, but thought they'd be able to stay. Like they didn't want to leave home, is what I'm getting. I feel like that there's something very important about that. And I feel like a lot of what I'm identifying there was somebody who's potentially articulating that they recognize that you would be going somewhere, but did not take into the account the possibility that that meant that, um, they would be in a different place. And I gotta walk something through here with you, because, um, remember, there's something important to identify in relationality to, um, navigating that. It's a two-way street, is what I keep on getting. And the observation, I keep on saying they were already getting ready, right? Like I feel like they were already getting ready to navigate where you would be. Okay? Like they were already getting ready, like I keep on saying they were anticipating getting ready to navigate where you would be, right? And the reason that I see that they're energetically devastated to a certain extent is because the space by which, would you, this is the best way I can describe it. Would you recognize that location if you were dreaming it? Would you recognize the location you put them in if you were dreaming it? Because that is what I see. Like that's why I see some, like it's funny too, because they're actually telling me that they weren't shaking with fear. They were shaking with frustration, is what I keep on getting. They're identifying to me the fact that they were shaking with frustration, specifically and particularly because I keep on seeing, I feel like they're trying to effectively articulate or utilize this trip to continue to build an energetic connection with you. So I just keep on seeing, I literally see somebody going, I can't work under these conditions. Right? Like this is them going, I can't work under these conditions. No, absolutely not. I can't work under these conditions. These conditions are not going to work for me. I can't work under these conditions, because I keep on seeing the fact that they have no, they have no, there's no quadrants between you and them, right? There's no quadrants between you and them. If you're putting them in a space by which you yourself would not recognize, is what I keep on getting. Now, in relationality to the in relationality to the car, this feels kind of like, this feels whack. is what I'm getting. You know, and when I say like, it feels like something there. Like it's giving me, hold on a minute. I'm just reading over. Yeah, it feels like I need to point this out. It feels like somebody was messing with it. You know? Like this feels like sus energy is what I keep on getting. So I wouldn't be surprised. Like I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if you take this somewhere and they try to articulate and say to you something was somebody trying to get in here? Because it feels to me like something was damaged by someone trying to get into something, is all I keep on seeing. You know? Like this doesn't feel this doesn't feel like natural. This feels like somebody having tinkered with something, and in the context by which it was energetically tinkered, then in the space by which it was, you know, like I feel like you're kind of having to experience the fallout of somebody trying to energetically tinker with something. And I don't feel like they tinkered with it successfully, is what I keep on seeing. Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, something to keep in mind going forward. I want to know what you've been dreaming about recently, because I feel like this is why. Like I feel like this is like I want to point out, like it's interesting because when I read for your when I read for your pet, I get a lot of guard energy, right? And I would be very curious about what your dreams were showing recently, because I see somebody, like I see somebody that wanted to be in an energetic location because they want to stand guard on something, is what I keep on getting. And the thing about it is, um like it feels to me like it feels to me like and it's interesting. Like it feels to me like there's something about the energy that's articulating upon the fact of, like, having I feel like there's like I keep on hearing like there's something here that's very protective, because um I feel like even in the space, like it's interesting because I'm reading on the pet energy, and I keep on hearing the pet energy like going like mission accomplished in some way, because I think it's the the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to um in relationality to the space itself. I just keep on seeing, like it's interesting because I keep on trying to read into this, and the pet reading is somebody articulating upon the fact that they want to be in a location to make sure that it's like to make sure that nothing like happens. So it feels a lot like the energy trying to articulate upon the fact that they want to be there because they feel like the need to stand guard. And I don't feel that that necessarily means that there's anything negative there, but I can't tell if this is the difference between energy that's overly cautious, that likes to bring um, an overabundance of caution to things, um, like specifically and particularly because I just keep on seeing they're very like they're very conscientious. And so I would make sure that you're writing down, like make sure that you're writing down any dreams that you have while you're away, because I feel like it's the space by which, like it says to me like something about the established communication between you and them. Like I feel like they'll communicate to you if there's something that they feel is concerning or needs attending to, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Um, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay. All right. Again, I apologize for the individual who's posting non sequiturs in the chat space. I'm just seeing these. Okay. Apologies for that, friends. And let's continue. Okay. The list is open, dear, if you'd like to get on it, Stella. Oh, they came to join you for the reading after that. Oh, that's wild. Hi there, Nina. Welcome. Sending you support on that. This is actually Divination Believer, and I will point out that if you ever open your Bible to find inspiration, then you're also practicing divination. That's bibliomancy. Yeah, I've actually tried to reach out from her. Okay, I've tried to reach her from home in her quadrant. I failed. I don't think, like, here's the thing about it. I feel like they recognize that you're on vacation. I feel like it's them wanting to know that they can alert you if they need you, right? Specifically because specifically because I feel like it's the understanding that you're taking a break from things, right? So it says to me like it's giving me the type of energy of being like if something's wrong, I'll tell you, right? Like they're like don't call me, I'll call you kind of energy is what I'm seeing. Okay, good. I'm glad that you're already doing that, because if you're doing that, then that is you reaching them through it. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's wild, Per. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing, though. Yeah, it does feel very cherry picky, doesn't it, Bridget? I was thinking, I was thinking the same thing. Like, how is someone in here articulating upon witchcraft and they've got all this numerology in their their username? It's a cherry picking, man. It's wild. Yeah. So one of the things we want to be conscientious about, Nina, in this space is we really try to avoid talking about the ubiquitous they. Make sure if we're having conversations about things that are happening, we're very specific as to the direction by which they're occurring, right? Thank you for supporting. Thank you for honoring the chat space. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. This was a battery issue. Yeah. Got you, dear. Oh, are you kidding? That's wild, Per. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No problem, Per. Absolutely. No, Mickey, the Sensi. Nikki. I adore you, Nikki. Yeah. All right, let's continue right now. Wow, those are too strong. Yeah, absolutely. How you doing today, Avatar? Welcome back. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is, hold on a moment. The next person we're reading for today is, bear with me a moment. The next person we're reading for today is, I've got here, Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. Excellent. And also, please remember, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 25K. Okay. And just bear with me a moment. Perfect. To get on the list right now, if you get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the fourth person read for. And thank you for those likes, Yvonne. I appreciate you. Second call right now for Nicole. Second call right now for Nicole. And if anybody else, if Nicole is not here, the next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, we've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 spots available before the list will be closed. Not ignoring fans, Foxy. So just to understand the nature of when I'm reading, when I'm reading cards, when I'm reading cards for an individual, I won't interrupt the reading to respond to the chat space. Typically, we wait until the break between the reads to be able to read into what's happening in the chat space. I need to point out, Truth. Yeshua did not speak towards casting fear by utilizing their name. They were giving messages of hope and love. So I would encourage you to do the same and not utilize their name to try to spread a fear mentality. That's very kind of you, Rosie. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. RD, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for 29 or more for non-subscribers. Also, paid members always receive, are able to have cards for 4 for 23, and you get a free card each day. Thank you for those gifts, love. I appreciate you. And thank you for the compliment, Frank. Welcome. How you doing today, Isaac? Absolutely. All right. I got you, dear. All right, question in disco general. Is it inside tea or outside tea, dear? Oh, I got you. Ooh, we're doing a pet reading. Cool. Excellent. Got you. Outside tea. Absolutely. All right, let's get to it. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you. We'll be doing that again after the next reading. And I am going to go ahead and pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. And we've got outside tea on this. Perfect. All right. I know, I love the pet readings too. I just read up for when I left. A lot going on. It's the energy right now. I'm just telling you, it's gonna be like this for a bit. You know, I gotta say, for those who are projectors right now, it's going to bring a lot of audacity to situations. You know, like it's just the way it's going to be. But being able to navigate it with a sense of like the observe, don't absorb, being able to perceive it and allowing it to kind of shape the direction, like that's the best way that we can identify what's healthy. Hi there, how you doing today, HB? Excellent. All right, pet reading. What do we got here? Question regarding my cat. She grew really attached to my partner while he was staying here, primarily because he's a huge pushover and would constantly give her extra food when she begged, but they genuinely seemed to develop a bond. He's back home and she's been consistently sleeping in the guest room across from mine, where he kept most of his clothes while he was here. She's also been sleeping on a blanket he used a few times. What's strange is that I currently have a portable AC unit running in the room, and she normally prefers warm spaces. So it feels a little out of character. It's dark and quiet in there, so maybe she just likes the environment, but I'm not sure why she's spending so much time there. Is she depressed? Does she miss them? My room is also dark because of the blackout curtains, and the door is always open to her, but she still chooses to sleep in the guest room instead. I'm curious what the reasoning might be, or if you could tap into her energy at all. I mean, I think it's fairly obvious, but let's go for it. All right. She's an actor. Yep. I got it. Can I get one more, please? Oh, this is great. It's funny too, because I just want to point out I was trying to draw 4 cards on this, and there was an extra card left on the table, which is like, it feels to me, you have to understand. So sometimes, and I feel like it's interesting here because this is performative. I think you recognize that this is performative. Like they're laying it on a little thick. Is what I'm I want you to imagine. This is what I want you to imagine, okay? Have you ever seen someone like trying to generate the energy to bring something in, which is like going around something and being like kind of like dancing around it and being like, like this is what I'm trying to summon back, and it feels like the energy trying to communicate to you what their desire is by like putting a big circle around what is energetically missing is what I keep on getting, because it's very this, it's very oh, it's very it's a little it's very pointed, it's very specific. Okay, so I see somebody, like I see this energy like putting on, like it's a performance piece is what I'm getting. It's a performance piece. Like they're putting on they're putting on the performance piece to try to articulate to you, being like, I would like that person back here. Like this person back here. And specifically, right? Like specifically by, and I need to point this out. This is often what happens. This is such like a cat thing to do. Because here's the thing about it. Like, if it was a dog energy, they'd just be moping. But a cat's gonna make a performance out of it, right? So like they're literally like, I can see them like potentially like they're working into the space, like they're doing it entirely to broadcast to you their displeasure with them not being there. They're like, bring them back, this like like it's like, I want to point out, like it's almost like the same energy that they would give like if there was an empty bowl, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if they keep coming up to you and then going back into the room, if they keep coming up to you and going back into the room because they're going, I'd like to show you something. It's empty. Like it's giving me like they're doing it like a bowl thing. They're going, I want to show you. It's empty. Fill it up again. Like they're going, fill it up again. like excuse me. Like they're going, mother, come here. Do you see something missing? Do you see something missing here? Yes, yes. Do you see the thing I liked? Like that yeah, yes. Where there is a missing point here that I'm going to continue to articulate. And the space by which they keep, and the way you'll know this is if they're not staying in there, if they keep coming to you and then walking back in there, if they keep coming to you and walking back in, because I keep on seeing they're trying to get your attention, they're trying to alert your attention, much like they would like when they're hungry and being like, bring them back here this instant. Like, you see, they're like, when are they coming back? Because they're articulating upon the fact. They're like they're trying to make it. They're trying to make their feelings known, right? They're trying to make their feelings known about the fact that they don't like it. Is what I keep on seeing. The positive, like the positive, is I'm not really picking up sadness here so much as I'm picking up profound annoyance. Is what I'm getting. I'm picking up profound annoyance. Is what I keep on seeing. They're like, I'm like, I keep on seeing them be like, this is silly, them not being here. Why aren't they here? Like, this is, they're like, this is, this. Um, I mean, in terms of, you know, in in terms of helping them through this, I mean, what do they do when you FaceTime? Because I feel like um, I wouldn't be surprised if this is like the space by which, I mean, it feels very much like child energy, right? And the thing I keep on getting with the child energy is like they're trying to like I feel like they're trying to be very articulate in relationality to the fact that they're trying to weigh in, as it were, in terms of the aspiration or the desire that someone return back somewhere soon. And I feel like the hard part about it is like, I feel like you can probably expect a lot of this. And I would say the way you can usually tell, um, the way the thing about it, and like here's the thing about it, like I gotta stress this, like cats are little energy barometers, you know? Like that's the funny thing with cats. They're little energy barometers. And when they find that like good energy, you know, like when a cat finds someone who's like that good energy is like the best way I can describe it, then it's like catnip to them, is the best way I can describe it, right? Because it's like they're like, like I can see somebody like, and this is why, like, you'll sometimes see this, you'll see some cats like, you'll be like, oh yeah, like the cat's like no, like, like no, like goes out of their way, like the cat makes the wide berth. There's nothing funnier than when you see a cat like make a wide berth around someone being like, no, you're cool, you're cool. You know what I mean? Like they don't, they just like, go like this. But when they find someone, like when they find someone with like that good energy, then it's like they get very territorial, right? They get very territorial about them. Right? They're like, oh no, like that, no, I own that now, right? Like the energy goes like, that's mine. So I wouldn't be, so I would kind of like, I feel like the one thing I would say is just let like it's interesting too because like my throat channel started like just let it, like, don't touch that stuff is the best way I could even describe, because I can already like, it's funny too because I wouldn't be surprised, like it feels like the funny thing about it is like I feel like it's interesting because like I can like it's the energy seeing something from the space by which they're like why, like I feel like they think it's in your like they're seeing them. The best way I can describe this is they're seeing them, like they're looking at you and they're trying to say to you, you get them back here this minute. But the hard thing is, I can literally see a situation by which you have to explain to them that it is like, it's not, it's not like you can't go get, you can't go get them. Is what I keep on getting. Because I feel like this is why they might be acting more perturbed around you, because what they're really doing, like what they're doing right now is they're not sad. I feel like they're trying to broadcast to you what they want you to go get them. Is the best thing I keep on seeing. So your ability to have to explain that like that individual is autonomous and you can't just go get them and bring them back here is what I keep on seeing. is is might create, like I keep on seeing, like might create a little irritation between you, because I it's funny because I feel like they don't realize that it doesn't work like that. I think they really think that they're just around the corner. You know, I think I feel like they're having like they've got this, like there's a little bit of this like possessiveness here where they're just like, no, just go just go you know, and you I feel like that's what I said. A FaceTime call might help. And if you do a FaceTime call, make sure make sure it's outside so they can see the fact that they're not just around the corner, is what I'm getting. Like if you have a FaceTime to help them understand, make sure that the person, like make sure that make sure that they're outside when they do it, so they can see the fact that this energy is not nearby anymore. I think that might help. Is what I at least like it'll help in in a proportion. It'll help them understand that it's not in your power, right? What you need to communicate to them is it's not in your power to go get them, because they're not just outside, they're just not around the corner, right? They're further afield. So if you do that FaceTime, make sure that you're showing the locationality outside, because that'll I feel like that'll help them get a better understanding of what's happening. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 29K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And just reading over the comments. Hi there, Rachie. How you doing today? She just came into the room on cue and started scratching my bed. Classic. Okay, so her ears were burning. Hi there, HB. I'm not on live, thinking about it. How you doing, dear? Yeah, the animals know when they're getting full attention. Oh no, they're very like they're good at especially cats. They're good at knowing when, like cats are good at being like, oh, they're thinking about me. Oh, that's your baby now. Exactly, Phoebe. Yeah, my favorite videos are dramatic animals. No, yeah, she is an actress. I get that. Yeah, she's a drama queen. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, it's very performative. Yeah, she's such a drama queen. Yeah, the kid there, no, it does. It feels like a summoning dance, right? Like, yeah, things have come a long way. They're swooning. She literally faints in front of me. Oh my God, this is spot on. Yeah, I see it. Like this might give indications to a past life thing, is what I'm seeing. Cause like I was getting like a heavy on the acting. MV, thank you for the follow. It's totally because he helped her heal from that. Oh, yeah, that'll do it too. Oh, yeah, like the healing. Oh, well, and that's why she's fainting in front of you. Because she's saying, I remember you helped me when I was hurt." She's trying to communicate. You know what? Have you tried to get her Nikki, have you tried to get her the talking things? Have you tried to get her the talking, like the buttons that talk? You should try that because she's trying to communicate with you. Yeah, she does keep going on in there. That is her. Oh my God. Yeah, she keeps doing that. Yeah, of course now she came into my room. Oh yeah, that's yours as well. Going outside to come back in time for bed treats. I know I love them too. Yeah, she's like, work on it, figure it out. Yeah, it is true. It is a green flag. Vice versa. Yeah, it's just she's a baby, only 3. Yeah, that's the only thing I see. The hard part about it is I think she's under I think she really thinks he's around the corner. That's why I said make sure to do the video where they see the outside so they understand they're in a completely different environment. Oh, that's so cute. Meow meow. Yeah, she's rude to everyone else. Exactly. She's even more rude to me. Oh my gosh, because she's trying to get your attention. She's trying to communicate. Like she wants you to go. You have to say you can't. You have to explain to her that you can't just go. He's like you have to show her. So it might help if you show a video and you make sure that she can see the outside so she understands he's not around the corner. Yeah, we can try that. Welcome back, Nicole. Oh, she came in to cuddle. Oh, that's beautiful. I haven't, but I've always thought about it. Yeah. Well, that's what she's like. The fainting is her saying that she remembers him helping her. Yeah. Especially if she only does it in front of him. All right. We're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nicole. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my Lio. I'm also going to take a moment to read over here. Okay. Thank you for the compliment, Rhonda. Thanks, Juan. I'll take that as a compliment. How you doing today, Divine? Thank you for the compliment, Harbon. So I've got a very simple rule here. Tavern, you cannot like make sure that you're not articulating and trying to spread fear, right? I don't tolerate any fear mongering. So make sure that you're like, like I have to point out, Yeshua never demanded that we believe in him. In fact, he was articulating that we should care about each other. So make sure that you're not fear mongering based off of trying to invoke them. Hi there, Skylar. How you doing today? Welcome, Anna. I mean, why would that make you nervous, Jonah? Yeah. I mean, I think I need to point out anybody who's working into a space like, the autonomy by which another person like I think a better question is why are you having conversations about cursing? You know? Like that's trying to create negativity. I'll take that as a compliment, Santiago. How you doing today, Devlina? So SS, these are donation based readings. So if you would like to get on the list for a donation, you just need to send the donation payment. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are not paid members. Junk, we do 1 card readings for those who are paid members if you'd like to become a paid member. How you doing today, Salva? One moment, please. Oh, welcome, Picasso. Hey there, Benda. How you doing today? Excellent. Salvador, thank you. So thank you for subscribing. Paid members get free one card readings each day. And thank you for the compliment, Benda. For if you'd like to get on the list for a donation reading, Benda, it's 3 cards for 29 for those who are not paid members. How you doing today, Rajuna? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Serenity. Um, R. Yeah, it's bittersweet like most things. Andrea, how you doing today? Cordelia, thank you for confirming as well. How are you doing today, Chris? All right, let's continue right now. Hi there, Chelsea. Hope you're having a beautiful day as well. You're so welcome, Nikki. Excellent. Highest priority for Nicole. Yes. Listen, I feel like I'm reading that energy. They're very picky. I would take it as a compliment. I always think it's a huge compliment. Because here's the thing again, like you can't convince a cat to like your energy or not. They either do or they don't. Thank you. Absolutely. That's amazing. My cat was upset. I got a reading. Really? Your cat was upset and you got a reading from me, and immediately afterwards they weren't? Oh, I'll take that as a compliment too. Yeah, upset anymore. I swear it's because she felt that I understood her feelings. I'm so glad to hear that, Laurel. Excellent. Yep. Hi there, Chelsea. Yeah, I think it already happened. She came in just now and cuddled. Oh, I love that. That makes me so happy. Thank you for sharing that. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. So before we continue with Nicole's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I only see one adversarial energy in here, David. All right, let's continue right now. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. We'll do that again after the next reading. And let me just pin up Nicole here, doing highest priority. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. Can I get... And as I mentioned, friends, we've got 3 more spots available today before the list will be closed if you'd like to get on the list. We read for here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Animal Spirit Guide, Past Life, Angelic, Love and Relationship, Guided Messages, Dream Interpretation, Symbol Decoding, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, and Aura. Wow. Oh, wow. It's interesting because I've got a message coming through. I've got 2 different messages coming through. One is coming through from a guide, and one's coming through a divine counterpart. And I'm gonna do my best to kind of read into both of them. And I think it's really important because let's start first with me reading into what this guide is saying. And I feel like this is similar to the guide that I was reading into previously. In terms of the condition by which you feel you have to energetically approach things right now. And one of the things I'm potentially seeing there has to do with, I just keep on getting a message from the guide that is articulating how much pride that they have in relationality to something that you're navigating. Because I just keep on seeing it's interesting. Like it's I feel like I've given you this message before, right? Because it's like when somebody tries to shake you, like you kind of working into the space of not being stirred, right? Or being able to identify, right? Like I just keep on hearing you saying like return you saying to somebody like when they're trying to shake you, you just saying like return back to our last conversation, you know? I just keep on hearing return back to our last conversation. 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 And I think it's really interesting because it feels like when I get messages like that, it feels like somebody like it feels like somebody that um like I just keep on like I don't know why it's like it feels like somebody who was like really really convinced. Like I don't understand why they would think something like this. I don't know if this person had some kind of like really damaged home life growing up, but like it's giving me the type of energy that says, right? Like I see somebody like and I want to I like I it's interesting because the guide's showing me this. Like I see somebody who has this like history of seeing somebody holding a perpetual candle for someone, right? And I feel like they've never shaken, like they've never shaken that like it's like they took it's interesting too because the guide's articulating that someone took the wrong lesson from a message that was trying to be transmitted to them is what I keep on getting, right? And I keep on getting, and this is what's so painful about it because I see a situation, right? Like I see a situation where an individual literally grew up, right? Like literally grew up observing someone who never let go of that candle, is what I'm getting, right? And what do I mean by never let go of that candle? Like somebody who like completely deluded themselves, like somebody who was in a relationship that was not a relationship, right? The relationship by which another person tried to articulate to another and said like I know they're not here, but when they come back they're going to make everything better, right? Oh, I just need to be patient enough because if I wait long enough they're going to energetically choose me eventually. And the thing about it is that like that is a pathetic song, right? It's not a love song, it's pathos, right? It's pathos, right? Pathos is literally being like I know they're not choosing me today, and I know they didn't choose me yesterday, and I know they didn't choose me the day before, but that one beautiful day I may wake up and they're going to see all I do for them, right? I keep on hearing this kind of pathos, this song of pathos around someone, right? And what's happening about it is, and I keep on getting, and this is what the message is coming through. When somebody grows up, seeing the song, hearing the song of pathos, the only thing they're supposed to do is say, I will never do that to someone, right? Like it's supposed to create in the self a feeling of revulsion, right? It's supposed to create a feeling of revulsion in understanding the quality and condition by which we would never put someone in a situation like that. And this is why I've got somebody who it feels like one of their ancestrals that's apologizing because they're saying that they heard the song of pathos and they took the wrong message from it, which is the fact by which they saw the song of pathos and said, "Oh, I could do that." Right? Like somebody going, "Oh, I could do that." Which is the space by which another person, like, and this is always like, that is the space by which another person goes, "Oh, well, if they love me so much and they'll tolerate anything, let me see how far I can push it because that'll allow me to do anything." And so I keep on they're getting the whiplash, right? They're getting the whiplash for trying to invoke the song of pathos. They're getting whiplash for trying to invoke the song of pathos. And the reason I keep on hearing they're getting the whiplash for trying to invoke the song of pathos is because they were trying to put you in a deplorable state, right? They were trying to put you in a deplorable state that said, "I know I did all these things, but your love," I keep on hearing them being like, "I know I did all these things, but your love is going to fix it," right? And I feel like this is you, right? This is you articulating to them, right? And this is why I've got like a bunch, I've got an angelic around you because I keep on seeing the angelic is articulating. Um, and I have to point out this particular angelic, when they see somebody trying to invoke the song of pathos in another, things don't go well. Things don't go well. And I feel like the reason they're articulating that is like they're articulating what happens from this point is not between you and them. It's between them and the angelic, is what I'm getting. It's between them and the angelic is what I keep, because I just keep on like I just got angelic like, and I don't like this angelic's going, "I heard somebody was trying to invoke the song of pathos in here." Like I just keep on hearing, so I heard someone was trying to invoke, yeah, I heard someone was trying to invoke the song of pathos in here. And so, um that's, yeah, it's like it's and I don't know what, but I keep on like, it's interesting too because it says to me it's worse because they've been trying to invoke the song of pathos twice. And I keep on hearing something about when you try to invoke the song of pathos twice, it cancels itself out. Yeah. So I want you to kind of be, I want you to be conscientious about that because like I feel like I keep on hearing a guy like it's interesting too. And I keep on hearing the guy, like the angelic saying, "I'm sorry you had to go through that, but I needed to see it." Is "I'm sorry you had to go through that, but I needed to see it." All right. So that's the message that's coming through in relationality to that angelic. Now, that said, this next message that's coming through feels like it's directly connected um, to, and it's interesting too, because I feel like a guy, like the divine counterpart, is saying, "Just be patient right now." Just be patient. They're already, I keep on hearing they're already on their way to you. I would not be surprised if you meet this person very soon. Specifically and particularly bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this Three of Cups. You know, I want to say this, like I keep on hearing like the if it got very quiet, like it's the same message I was getting. If it got very quiet as you were going through something, pay attention to who chimes in only after it's over. Right? Pay attention to who chimes in only after it's over. Because I keep on hearing spiritual cleansing. Spiritual cleansing happens in many different ways. And I keep on seeing this has been a spiritually cleansing experience for you. Okay? So if it was very quiet in there, pay attention to the energy that's trying to chime in after something has reached a culmination, because I keep on hearing let the spiritual cleansing be a spiritual cleansing is what I keep on getting. Especially for energy that tries to chime in only after you've had to navigate something. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Thank you so much, Per. I got you. I feel as though something above me, hold on a minute, just reading over. Ivana, it's not that particular. I mean, it wasn't meant to be that one, but I can see the similarity. I feel as though if something above me doesn't hold him accountable, he won't ever. I mean, it says to me it's already starting. Yeah. No, it says like that. That's why I was getting a lot of that song of pathos coming through. Very quiet, very much so. Sending you so much support on that journey, Nicole. Like it says to me, like the guides are articulating. It's been noted. All right, we're gonna continue right now. Just reading over. Hi there, Candy. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. I can do a reading of that. So the way I do mediumship is a little bit different than the way others do. So I would typically reach out to see if that energy is inclined to communicate, and I would tell you locationally where that energy is. So I just want to be respective in terms of what you can expect if we were to have a reading. I practice a consent based. I practice consent based readings as it relates to those in spirit. Hi there, Karam. I'm happy to read for you on that as well if you'd like to get on the list. I've got 2 spots. I've got 3 spots available today before the list is closed. All right. I'm a tarot reader, not an astrologer. Though I do look into astrology to confirm things I'm seeing energetically. Thank you for the compliment, Zing. It was a big full moon. Yeah. This was a personal reading for an individual over on the Clock app, but it's very common for those who need these messages also to be here to receive them. Hi there, Morris. Welcome, Jen. Thank you for the compliment, Mark. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Shaw. I can't do medical readings, but I can do energetic ones if you'd like information related to it. I do my best, Chelsea. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, and continue to also shine your light. No worries, Nancy. I do mediumship. My mediumship is a little bit different than you might typically receive. So I usually now practice consent-based mediumship, which means I'll reach out to the energy and see if they're up to communicating. And I can tell you where they are energetically in terms of their location. All right, let's get to it. Thank you so much for getting on the list, Stella. And we've got 2 more spots available today before the list is closed. You're so welcome, Nicole, and sending you so much support on that journey. Hold on a moment, please. The next person we are reading for today is, hold on a minute. One moment. I just need a second. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Just bear with me one moment and we'll continue. Absolutely. Oh, thank you so much for the compliment, Francis. And I'm happy to read the list right now, Stella. The list we have right now is we've got the list we've got right now is Avatar, Per, and Stella. Avatar, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. And just bear with me a moment. Perfect. Okay. Excellent. How you doing today, Avatar? Okay. One second, please, and we'll continue. Okay, perfect. You just sent it in the disco. Thank you for letting me know. Yes, Melissa, I am able to effectively. I can. I can tell you where they are locationally, typically, and whether they want to communicate is always up to the consent of the individual I'm reaching out to. Absolutely. Perfect. Okay. And so just a reminder for those joining us, if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Got it. Is this outside tea, inside tea, or outside tea, Avatar? Shah, in order to be added to the list, you just need to send a donation payment. I'll be happy to add you. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, or if you become a paid subscriber, it's 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more. You can find the link to get on the list in my bio. Thank you for the compliment. Oh, appreciate that, James. And thank you, Larissa. Outside, perfect. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. We'll do it again after the next reading. Anthony, thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate you. All right, let's get to it. Okay, pet reading. And I'm going to pin up here. I'm going to pin up Avatar. Make sure to give Avatar some love. Is Monkey mad at me when I steal her game? She is hunted and then release it back outside. I only try to catch the birds, squirrels, and a mouse. Occasionally I give in and save a lizard. The others are so disrupting and I can't handle not trying to help. But I have to lock Monkey in places and then try to let it go as far as I can. But if it's hurt, she will still find it later. I will step on just the head, oh gosh, of a mouse first thing in the AM. I feel terrible either way. I even brought one to a rescue animal place once. I've tried doing the food bowl she has to figure out, but she could care less. Um, does she forgive me when I apologize about it? Does she understand? It's stressful to me, but I want her to feel supported, to know I'm thankful, and I'm not mad about it. I'm sure I confuse her when I catch her before she tries to come inside with it. She wins most of the time anyway. Outside tea. All right, let's get to it. 4 cards, please. No, I know what's happening here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the thing I keep on getting about here is I don't think they're going to get mad because they're effectively being generous. And the way you can navigate the fact that they're being generous is the fact that um, they're if they thought that you needed it, I'm going to stress this. If they thought that you needed it, they wouldn't be taking anything for themselves. Okay? If they thought, like, I just keep on getting the same message. If they thought that you actually needed it, that they wouldn't be taking anything for themselves. They would actually be bringing you, them intact, is what I keep on seeing. The hard thing about it is I feel like there's something important. Like, you have to understand, you have to communicate to this energy, no thank you, in the best way possible, right? And the thing I keep on seeing that you potentially have to do is show them everything goes back outside. Everything goes back outside, because like what I basically see is happening, and I think you have to think about it more like this. Okay, it's not, I don't see any anger in this so much as I see, like, you have to recognize that in a certain way, this is an individual who is effectively playing with their food, right? They're doing something, and then they're bringing it in, they're bringing it anywhere, right? And even in the context, right? Even in the context by which you're like, they're effectively doing that, you have to communicate to them that it's not acceptable, right? And the space by which, like, and like, when someone's doing something that's not acceptable, right? Then you can't create, like, I know you're, I don't think there's any situation, like, I don't see any anger here. Like, anything I'm seeing, like, I've got a Knight of Wands and an Ace of Cups. If anything, it feels like somebody who's taking your generosity and pushing it to its limits, right? Which is like, it's like, and I keep on, and I want to describe this. Okay, is this really for you? Is this really for you? Or is this something that they're energetically saving for later? Okay, because you described, like, the space by which you said, right, that that it's disrupting, and you said that it's, you can't handle, right, you can't handle not trying to help, right? To me, the thing you have to articulate is, like, what is, you have to think of this more like a situation by which you have to say to someone, that is an outside activity versus this is an inside activity, right? Because, like, what I actually see is happening there, you said you tried doing something to their food bowl so that they have to figure it out, but they could care less, right? That observation of being able to articulate to them over and over again that this is what they can expect, that in any context by which they try to do something, this is the result of it. I think that the most important thing you can do is be consistent. You have to be consistent regardless of what it is, right? Regardless of the nature of it, regardless of the individuated state, because, um like, what you want to avoid, right? You want to avoid a situation by which they think that they're trying to figure out your preference, is what I keep on getting, right? Because, and you have to understand, if you're not consistent, then you're adding to the excitement of it. I want you to write that down. If you're not consistent, you're adding to the excitement of it, because it's the energy that's potentially doing something, not only, right? It's energy doing something not only because they want to do it, but to see, right? To see what your energetic reaction will be to it. So I feel like what you have to do, right? Like, it's saying to me, like, blank, like, bottom of the deck on this reading, I already know what the card's going to be. Bottom of the deck, you are neutral territory, right? You don't make a noise. Okay. You don't make a noise, right? You don't make a face. You have to stay, you have to literally, right? Because this is them. This is what they're expecting, right? This is what you have to be, right? Which is just the same action over and over and over again, right? The action of no reaction. The action of no reaction, which says, which is you basically broadcasting to them that regardless of what they do, this is what they can energetically expect from it. And I feel like the ability of you, like the more that you're able to do that consistently, the more they're going to get the message. I would not. I don't see if there's any consolation. I don't see anything about. I don't see anything about this energy being sad. I do feel like what I do see is happening is I feel like I see them right. It seems to me like it's someone trying to continue. Like it's like I see somebody like almost outside playing with something, and then trying to bring that form of play into a place by which it's not appropriate to be. So your ability of like that's what I keep on hearing. You just keep on broadcasting like. And here's the thing, your no, right? Your no is nothing, right? Your no is nothing. Your no has to be nothing, and then they're gonna like that is going to like they will stop. I keep on hearing they will stop doing it because right it's not bringing anything forth from you. I actually see the fact like they care about you a lot, right? And that's what I keep on getting like the fact by which they're like I almost see like somebody like energetically excited to see like I keep wondering the big question mark in terms of what you'll do this time, and what you have to do is you have to eradicate the this time and make it every time. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 cards. 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And thank you for sharing the live, Mighty. Very funny, flippin'. All right. And yep, I got you on the list, Stella. Oh, I'm so glad that you found us, Mighty. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Thank you as well, Francis. Absolutely. Oh, thank you. We do our best here. We're very blessed by this community. It's a beautiful collective. I'm very happy to be a part of it. Hi there, Yaz. Yep, Yaz, you said a week ago. Let me confirm. I've got you. Yeah, did you get on the list from yesterday? Oh, did you get moved up yesterday and then we moved but then you weren't here? Yeah, you had something come in through yesterday. Yeah, I'll add you back. All right, we've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. If anybody else wants to get on the list. Yeah, human problems. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Hi there, Rehab. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Thank you for confirmation, Avatar. I had a cat once bring me pigeons every day. Good Lord. Wow. Yeah, well, it's not confusing. The problem is it's not confusing, it's exciting them. Yeah. No, I get it, but that's what I keep on seeing in terms of you having to like literally like completely neutral. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, dear. I get it. I understand. All right, let's continue right now. The next person, I'm doing well, Robin. How are you doing today? Welcome, Dragon. All right, let's continue. The next person we're reading for today is Per. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, as I mentioned, we've got one spot available before the list will be closed. Actually, you know what? I'm closing the list now. The list is closed. So if anybody wants to get on the list right now, you will be read for. You will be read for tomorrow. Okay, perfect. All right. Mm-hmm. All right, let's continue. Here, all right, we're doing a dream. We're doing a dream. We've got a dream today. Excellent. All right, we're doing a dream interpretation. Um, and you guys know what we're going to do before we do our dream interpretation. First things first. We're also at 34K likes, friends. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. You know what? I can kind of see it. Okay. All right, let's get to it. And you guys know what we do here when we got dreams to interpret. We bust out the dream coconut. What do we got here? I like it. Excellent. Dream interpretation. All right, I'm going to pin up her here. Guys, just remember, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Dream. I don't remember what led up to it, but I was looking for a cat. I don't even know if it was my idea. I'm not entirely sure, but I think maybe my ex or other masculine had arranged for some kittens to be brought my way. First, a woman arrived on a bicycle with a trailer attached to it, and it was filled with ginger kittens. I didn't see a single kitten among them that I wanted. If I wanted to take one of the kittens with me, it would cost $10 a day. And I calculated in my head that this would come to about $300 per month to lease a kitten. So I decided against it. Then another woman arrived with a kitten. We were standing in the street, and the kitten, dark in color, started running in all directions. I still remember actively chasing after the kitten, and it took a lot of effort to catch the little animal. That's how fast the kitten was. I decided to keep that kitten, but I wasn't sure whether it would fit well in my household. The price was also very high. 1,584 or $1,587. I was quite surprised by that. I actually had a dream a couple of months ago about, and the price for parking was quite similar to the price of the cat. All right, let's get to it. 4 cards, please. This is wild. All right, so remember how I said to you in the pet dream, like the pet reading, refer to the dream? This is the dream that the pet was referring to. Okay? And this is working through the experience between the pets that you had before versus the pet that you've got now. Okay? And you identified the fact that you said you don't remember what led up to it, but you were looking for a cat. I remember. I remember the space by which you were considering finding a pet. Like, I remember that. We've been reading together for long enough that I can recall that. And you said you're not entirely sure, but you remember maybe your ex or some other masculine energy had arranged for some kittens to be brought your way. Okay. And you said the first, a woman arrived on a bicycle with a trailer attached to it, and it was filled with ginger kittens. And you said it didn't seem like a single kitten among them you wanted. Now, what's interesting about this is we're working into the space where there are two different messages that are occurring in the dream space, because it's a reading about where you were in relationship, but also the nature of our relationships, depending on what we're here to work on, can also shape the nature of our guides. So these past pets potentially that you had were correlated. You are effectively the person on the bicycle with a trailer attached to it, which says that the guides that you had before were guides that were helping you carry other people's baggage for them, right? Because there's an impossibility point. How could somebody riding a bicycle pull a trailer, right? So the modality by which you said the bicycle that you were pulling a trailer filled with ginger kittens, and I want to point out there's something important that we notice, like in relationality to orange cats, which is working into, right, is working into the context of feeling that your job, and we're gonna build into the context of orange, because orange is often associated with joy, right? So the ability by which you recognize that you were going through a lot of relationships that were energetically fine, right? They felt like they were doing what was necessary, which was they were moving things, like it was like there was nothing wrong with them particularly, but it didn't feel like it was energetically connecting to you. Is the observation of you identifying that you said you didn't find a single kitten that you wanted there, but it's also the observation of potentially you feeling like you were in relationships that required you to pull all of the weight, right? There you are in a relationship that required you to pull all the weight. So those guide pets were there to support you, right? They were there to help you find the ability to be strong enough. So those were guides that were built upon strength training, and that's why you saw that you said you wanted to take one of the kittens with you, but it was going to cost $10 a day, and you could calculate in your head what it would cost, be about $300 a month to lease a kitten. So you decided against it because you recognized that fine enough isn't isn't the same as good, right? Nothing wrong isn't the same as happy. So the modality by which you let go of, navigating others' joy, which is potentially doing something in a way by which you recognize the situation that everything was fine so long as you pulled all the weight, was you deciding to go against it. And then you said another woman arrived with a kitten, and this is the articulation of the guide that you have now, right? And this kitten, you're standing on a street, and the kitten, dark in color, starts running in all directions, right? Like a little antenna, right? Energetically sweeping the field, all the energy, right? They're little energetic sweepers. They're all over the place. You said you remember actively chasing after the kitten. It took a lot of effort to catch that little animal. I remember you going to a lot of effort to get this recent pet. I'm not sure if you remember, but I remember a lot of bells and whistles. I remember a lot of bells and whistles. But this is also, you couldn't come into a pet, a guide pet like this until you'd done the work to clear your own energy, right? And you said you decided to keep this kitten, but you weren't sure if it would fit well on your household. And the price was also very high. You said it was 1584 or 1587, and you were quite surprised by that. You also felt that that number was specific because you said it felt similar to the price of parking that you potentially recently experienced in another dream. Now, parking, this is working into the energetic sensitivity of the pet, right? The pet's very energetically sensitive, right? Just like people, can be extrasensory. So too can pets be an extrasensory, which is why when you tried to take this pet out of your home, I keep on hearing it wasn't shaking in fear. It was shaking in frustration, going, I can't take the energy here. I can't handle the energy here. I can't be in this energy, right? It's the pet is highly sensitive to energy. The pet's an energy worker. So the modality by which you tried to drop, you can't drop an energy worker. You can't just drop an energy worker anywhere, right? You can't just drop an energy worker anywhere because they're going to be hyper aware of the disturbance in the force and being like, I cannot work in these conditions. I cannot work in these conditions because I'm very highly attuned, right? So like the modality by which the energy is like you went from 300, okay? And I want you to think about it as energetic frequencies, 300 hertz versus 1584 or 1587. This is talking about the energetic frequencies that the guide is effectively operating in. So the modality by which the energy, when you try to bring the energy to that place, right? I can't be here. 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 I cannot. I can visit. I can visit. I can stay for a little bit of time. I can hang out here for a little bit of time, but then I gotta go. I can't be here. I gotta go. Right? That's what the energy. That is what. And this is what your guide. This is the reading that the guide is giving you in relationality to trying to help you understand, right? Like it's the frequency, right? The frequency, the energy is choosing to be beside you because that's where you are, right? That's you kind of embodying or working into that space. So that's why the guide was articulating, being like, put me back, put me back, put me back, put it back, put it back, put me back where we're supposed to be so I can find you, because that is the space by which they're and I would not be surprised that this is just going to be a little bit more difficult in relationality to having, right? Yeah, an energetic connection in this modality, like can't go anywhere because they're highly sensitive to the energy, which is being like, nope. Like they'll visit, they'll visit, right? They'll stop by for a while, but in ultimately, right? They're like this is where, and it's interesting too because the parking has to do with nodal. Like there's something we got to talk about. Remember when I'm talking a lot about quadrants and nodes when I read into them, it has something to do with that too. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. Yeah, and I'll just show you because I just want to show you what I was seeing here, right? Like this is what I was getting. These are the old guides, and they were great, right? But much more resilient, right? Much more working towards resiliency. This is an attunement guide, right? The difference between a resilient guide and again, every like the difference between requiring resilience versus attunement, different different things. Different things, different needs. Different things, different needs. Hold on a minute. I want to write down these cards because they're just kind of interesting. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Four of Swords. Resilience guide. Attunement guide. Got it. Okay. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. Let me just put these back. Perfect. All right. Yeah, it was a very cool read. Thank you as well, user 567, for the follow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had to step out for a bit. Yep, I got you on the list, dear. For real. I'm always just saving my cats in my dreams. Yep. Y'all are gonna be Oh dear. Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. That's true. Yeah, they're utterly different. You can probably tell. Yeah, you love the duality. It was a really small trailer, but still, right? A lot of like having to carry the weight. A really big orange dragonfly was dancing in front of me yesterday in my backyard. Oh, that's fascinating. This is really spot on. Yeah, I was really doubting if I could take my current cat. I've had her 1 year already. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you for confirming. Thank you as well, Ella. Yeah, the interpretation's amazing now. I fully get it. And thank you for the follow, user 567. You're so welcome, dear. Camellia, thank you for the follow. I have the full picture now. Yeah, she was shivering all over the place because she's like a little, like, she's like a tuning fork. She's like, I can't be in here. Like, she's like, I can't work under these conditions. I got you, Stella. Yeah, absolutely. I'm doing well today, Krillin. How you doing? How you doing today, Vanta? Um, how you doing today, Mike? The list is closed today, IDZ, but we are going to get started on one card readings for super fans and paid subscribers shortly. Hold on a minute. Colleen, I'm happy to read for you, but I have to be honest, I am not a twin flame reader. Most times I don't support the message of twin flames because more often than not, when that word is utilized, there's something else occurring. Thank you for that compliment, JR. And thank you for those gifts, Hawk. All right, let's continue. So I do have a time sensitivity. So if I do need to I want to take a moment right now to do the one card readings for super fans and for paid members before we continue into the rest of the reads today, because I do have a hard stop. So I just want to be time sensitive on that. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to be doing one cards, and we're going to start one cards. And once we complete the one cards, we're going to move back into personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You will also have, you'll also have priority, which means you'll be read before we start the daily collective. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. So if you are a super fan or you are a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you would like to become a super fan or a paid member, all you need to do is hit that button at the bottom of the screen, and you'll be also be able to receive a one card. And you can just sign up for your paid membership over on the place where we keep the videos, and you'll also be entitled to that one card. Got you. One card, please. Hold on a minute. Gotta get it out. It fell on the ground. Okay. Excellent. Laurel. I feel like this is, you're looking for like the perfect place, huh? I feel like I've got you in some kind of scout energy. You know? Like it feels to me like um there's something past life here. You know? I feel like yeah, the owl energy. I feel like I see you trying to figure out some kind of pathwork of you splitting your time between some place or another, but not having figured out where that other split is. I know that sounds very specific, but I feel like it's connected to a past life that you used to like. I keep on hearing like, what am I getting here? Um, the habit of staying in one place is more new than you can give credit. Like there's something it feels like there's some kind of nomadic energy around you to a certain extent, but it feels very natural is what I'm picking up on. Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like I see you finally embracing it. Like I keep wondering, like you're coming to terms with the fact that home is different for you than it is for others, you know? Nicole, one card on clarity from higher self on today's reading. It feels like a really heavy download. Like, and I keep on, like, the thing about it is, like, it has to do with that guide. Like, that guide does not mess around. That guide only shows up, like, and here's the thing about, like, some guides only show up for, like, because something is, like, like there's some, the best way I can describe this guide is, like, I'm here when things have gone wrong. And things, like, and things have indeed gone wrong. They're not saying, they're not articulating that the wrongness is directed to you. It feels like it's it's like, and I keep on getting it's saying it's the doubling that rings the gong, right? Which is the space by which, like, it says to me, like, I don't know what it is, but it feels like somebody's put themselves in double jeopardy. And like, when I articulate that, like, it's almost says to me that somebody was given, like, this almost identifies that somebody was given an opportunity to redeem themselves in some way, and they chose against it, is what I keep on getting. It's like I keep, like it's saying to me, like, that, like, like, and then that's why I keep on saying, like, just continue to be consistent. Like, don't let another person affect you. Like, let it inform you. Hmm. Yeah, don't let their inconsistency affect you. Let it inform you. All right, one card for Yaz, please. One moment, please. Yaz, here's the thing. You weren't here yesterday. I was looking for you. You had a major download coming through yesterday. And I keep on, I feel like I see something. It feels to me like something happened yesterday with counterpart. Yeah, like, there's no coming back from some things, is what I keep on getting. Like, I'm hearing somebody saying, like, I'm finished. And there was actually, like, it's interesting because I got there, you weren't here, and something happened at a certain time. And I actually wrote it in your book in terms of, yeah, saying to Yaz, like, I have to let Yaz know that this is related to something. So I feel like this is further confirmation on that, especially because, like, I was talking yesterday, like, you weren't here, and I was talking yesterday. I'm like, something's going on around Yaz, even though that you weren't here. But it almost feels to me it has less to do with you and more to do with the journey of counterpart, but especially if you felt it too. Mm-hmm. All right, continuing. Yep. Yeah, Stella, were you asking for an angelic one card message? I just want to confirm. Nicole, yep, I got you. One card from Melissa, highest priority, please. I feel like this is you putting your foot down on something, you know? But, like, the thing about it is, like, I feel like I keep on hearing your integrity is intact on something. Like, it's saying to me, like, the thing with it is some energy's got the audacity. Yeah, especially with the animal oracle, we've got this goose energy here. It says to me, like, the thing about it is, like, you know, I feel like I see somebody being like, why are you, like, when others are working in their excellence, the only sound we should hear is applause, right? Like, it shouldn't create the space by which another person sees you doing something well. Like, I keep on hearing there's no sour grapes in a creative space, because the modality by which we create inspiration, everything becomes wine, you know? Alexandra, one card on love, please. Oh, got two cards coming out. This feels like something, I feel like this is you coming towards, like, it's hard because I feel like I see you in a liminal space right now. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if you feel pulled in the direction of some type of energy that feels like, I keep wondering, I want you back, doesn't want to build forward with you. I want you back, doesn't want to build forward with you, right? There's no sentimentalizing something that was not good. Healthy energy will make their intentions known because they'll want to give you everything. Yeah, bottom of the deck, especially with the Six of Cups in its reversal. Be very conscientious of energy. Like like there's no back when we're building forward is all I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the cow energy, right? Like don't let somebody get all sentimental if they tried to hurt you. There's nothing sweet. There's nothing sweet in, I keep hearing there's nothing sweet in like being brutal. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, total state to state. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing there, Laurel. Avatar, one card on love, please. Um, yeah, this is I like the one thing I keep on seeing around this is I feel like I see somebody here who like they're like, I keep on hearing like quirky in the best way possible is what I keep on getting. Like I feel like it's a type of energy being like, like I see, like I literally see it's like when like it says to me, like I see somebody who's like like I keep on getting quirk loves quirk, right? That when we're in it's interesting too because like hold on, my blood's you know I keep on like our weird, like when we embrace our weird, it's delightful. And I just keep on hearing, like, I feel like it's interesting. I feel like you're a guy. I just keep on hearing like a counterpart going, I'm a delight, which is like, I mean, like them recognizing, like them having a little bit of this, like this energy by which they articulate upon the fact that they're a delight. Like I just keep on getting, like, it feels like it feels like somebody who like it says to me, like they like to argue, but in a way by which, like, I keep on hearing like they're very self-effacing, but like self-effacing in the absolutely best way possible is what I keep on getting, you know? Like often people misunderstand their self-effacement, but I keep on seeing like you and them will be on the same wavelength. Yep, one moment. Hold on a moment. Ella, I got you, dear. One card on seeing folks. Oh, interesting. Okay, can I get one card for Ella on that? Yeah, it feels to me like it's helping to get like make getting for like surer footing on something. You know, it feels like there's some. It's got even more gravitas in some way. Yeah, especially with this Queen of Cups energy in its reversal. Um, it's saying like something about communicating perspectives or speaking into things or being able to. I keep on hearing like every note is healthy when we're working on perfecting. So like it says to me like the more feedback the better. Or being able to add some kind of context to something. Thank you, Oz, for the follow. Yes, I love it. It's not the easiest, but worth it. I got you, dear. One card, please, on your current tarot journey. Okay. for Ivana. Oop. It's really interesting. Okay, I need to walk you through this. There's something about where, like, there's something about the past life by which um it's like it says to me, it's interesting. It's something about the past life that articulates the fact that where you were from, it wouldn't be necessary, is what I keep on getting. But like it's interesting because I keep on hearing the word rudimentary. Right? It's saying, oh my God, that's wild. It's saying it's rudimentary, but it's like it's interesting about it because I feel like there's something about that understands like what's rudimentary in another space, in another place could be absolutely groundbreaking. Yeah, right? Like the understanding. Um and I think that I wouldn't be surprised if there's something about it that helps unlock something in you as it relates to past life memories, is what I keep on getting. Bastet, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Nicole. Oz, these are one card readings for super fans. If you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. You can also get on the list for tomorrow for a paid reading. If you would prefer to have a full reading, the list today is closed. As I mentioned, the same vlogger, these are one card readings we're currently doing for paid members. If you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to read for you. The list today is closed, but if you want to get on the list for full reading tomorrow, you'll be read for tomorrow with priority before we can start the daily collective. Hi there, Epilogue. Welcome, Total. Thank you for the compliment, Lava. Excellent. You're so welcome, Nicole. Oh, that's wild, Laurel. Thank you for informing me. Ava, one card on a characteristic that I've carried through multiple lifetimes. I feel like you're very comfortable with your own solitude, right? And I feel like you being able to embrace something about that solitude. It's hard because I feel like it's like it's working into, here's the thing about it. I know this is going to sound weird, but when we're comfortable with our own solitude, it can make it hard for us to integrate into crowd mentality. Yeah, King of Cups, right? Because when we arrive comfortable in our solitude, right, it can sometimes create the space by which we feel older than everyone around us, because often like the space, like some energy comes here just to learn that. Right? Some energy comes here just to learn that. So the fact that you're constantly perpetually arriving in that state, I feel like it's like I like to point out, this is like old soul problem. Is like what I described. Old souls are like, I am so comfortable with my energy, but it can sometimes make it hard to fit in, if it makes sense. And Jenny, thank you for the follow, and thank you for becoming the 108th member of my fan club. Excellent. Thank you for those heart me's too. Bridget, two cards on Hazel and the dog sitting. I mean, I feel like it's interesting because I don't know why. I feel like they're feeling a little bit I feel like they're feeling a little bit clingier now than usual. You know? There's something important there that I'm seeing. Let me see what's happening. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this King of Cups in its reversal. Oh, I know why. I know why. Yeah, like I remember this energy wants you following your bliss as well. And so I feel like the frustration is that they want you to make sure that you're taking time for yourself to follow your bliss, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Because I feel like I see somebody being like identifying the fact that they feel like you're always working. And I like to point out for animals, they see us energetically working when we're doing things for others instead of for ourselves. Right? So I feel like that's where I see that energy. That's crazy. Oh my God. Yes. Thank you as well, Stella. Yep. Maybe these are one card readings for super fans. If you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. You definitely felt a huge shift yesterday within your own self and also through the dream world. Yeah, I literally wrote it down in your book. There were others here when it happened. You had 12 dreams yesterday with a lot of details too, and now I'm hesitating on which one to read on. Okay. Well, that's good. Thank you for confirmation on what I was receiving. Because it was a spillage. I literally said massive download. You can go back to yesterday's reading. I was like, massive download, I think, for Yaz happening right now. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, your reading's even more spot on now with what Sin just channeled. Yeah, this is crazy. I can't believe it. Oh, thank you for confirming. Okay, perfect. Hold on a moment. Yeah, Ella, the image had been on repeat. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that that confirmed it. And thank you, maybe, for the follow. Oh, that card resonated for you as well, Ivana. Thank you for confirming. Mm-hmm. Chrissy, one card on how they would receive it energy-wise. I mean, I think it would put them in a state. Yeah, especially with the Three of Cups in its reversal. You know? Like I see somebody, Animal Oracle, please. Yeah, especially with the bee energy. Like I'm not sure where you I feel like I'm not sure where you left it, but was there an argument here? You know, like I just keep on hearing someone like I feel like there's something like there's something really important that I'm identifying as it relates to their lifestyle. I don't, especially if there was an argument about their lifestyle versus your lifestyle, is like, you know, I still see somebody that hasn't, like they haven't changed their lifestyle, nor do they have an intention or plan to. So the observation of you potentially articulating that to them would be given to them as confirmation that you're receptive towards it. So just be conscientious of that. Lisa, one card on how to make my client journey work more more alchemized and transformative. I love that. We've got the Four of Wands in its reversal. So I feel like a lot of it is helping energy find confidence and grounding, particularly and especially, yeah, in trusting themselves and their capabilities. I feel like it's like I feel like it's like saying to me like ground up, like having to do a lot of work on shadow work, you know, especially with the Animal Oracle, the frog energy, right? Helping someone identify what it seems like they're avoiding. Yeah, I know you hate crowds, Bridget. You're so welcome, Ava. You're so welcome, dear. It wasn't like this when you were younger. But the thing is, I keep on like the thing is, young energy, um, young energy, old soul energy. The thing is, young energy loves old soul energy because young energy knows that old soul energy is safe space. You know? Yeah, it happened over the years. Absolutely. Oh my God, I'll go back and watch it. When did it happen? No, it was like you were on the list earlier on, so it was earlier. You're so welcome, Chrissy. You did catch him, Nikki. Good job. One card, highest priority. I got you, dear. I see you and another person, like really focusing on like building healthy ground, like working on something foundationally. Animal or like it's funny because I was about to say bottom of the deck, but instead we got that Three of Swords coming up, which is like, you know, when energy sees us, like when energy sees us solid as a rock, right? And it makes one reactive, it begs the question, what did they expect to occur? Right? Which is to say to me, like, we don't, like, it says to me, like, we don't move away from others. Like, we don't move away from others expecting to bring out their insecurity, right? You don't move away from things with the expectation of bringing someone into a desperate state by which you'll accept anything. So I feel like you and another person are navigating these experiences by which another person ended something with the expectation that you would effectively do anything, right? But in the context by which you held your standards, you found one another, and it's bringing up a lot of feelings to the energy in recognizing, like, we don't move away from someone with the expectation that that will fix them, because all we effectively understand is that our job is not to fix each other, it's to support one another. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right. So I do need to ask, Stella and Yaz. I got you, Julia. One card, Julia, highest and best. Um, don't be reactive, just be consistent, right? Especially, as I keep on saying, especially if another person um is like, I keep on hearing, like, moving, like don't let another energy's inconsistency move you off course, right? Like I keep on seeing, like there's like the space by which, like, I keep on like the like we can navigate apology, but also identify the fact that there's that there's stabilization in process. So your ability to say to another person, like, I'm doing my best to respect your wishes, right? Is not the space by which, I keep on saying, like, I'm doing my best to respect your wishes, is not the modality by which another person changes what they desire, but the space by which we articulate and say, right? Like we can say to someone, like, when we are not certain what we want, then we feel destabilizing, right? So your ability of being able to energetically recognize or articulate or try to identify to another person, like, the best that you can do is helping another person identify what they can energetically anticipate in relationality to what you're trying to do, to energetically respect the request that they've made to you, is what I keep on seeing. Absolutely. Thank you, dear. How you doing today, John? Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. How you doing today, Daly? Excellent. You're so welcome, Julia. All right, so Yaz or Stella, I only have a room on the list right now. I only have time to read maybe one more person today. So I wanted to ask if one or either of you would both be willing to potentially be moved to tomorrow. If you could just let me know. I am short on time presently. Thank you, Stella. I appreciate that. And you'll have first priority tomorrow, and you'll also have an additional card. Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, yeah, here's the thing about it, Yaz. I could do it now, but I want to make sure that I'm not rushing through the reading. So I feel like potentially moving it to tomorrow would probably be most ideal, because I have a feeling there's a lot to unpack there. You're so welcome, dear. Excellent. All right, just going to take a moment to finish reading over some of the comments that came through. Thank you so much, Kulda. I'll take that as a compliment. How you doing today, Toda? All right. Thank you for the compliment, Leva. So Vlogger, for those joining us on the place where we keep the videos, we're at the point where we're doing one card readings for paid members. So if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Hi there, Ramo. Thank you for the compliment, GI. How you doing today, Hale? Welcome, Blods. Again, Neha, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to become a paid member. These are one card readings for paid members presently, or you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you'll be the third person on the list. Same thing, Venkatesh. And same thing, Naz Fatima. I need to point out, Precious, the quality by which you're trying to instill fear is you performing false prophecy. So trying to put others in a fear state is what they identify false prophesizing is. So make sure that you're trying to articulate a space of love and compassion, or else I will have to proceed to mute and block you. We don't create fear-based narratives here. Hi there, dear. Absolutely. Okay. How are you doing today, Daily N2? And the same thing, Daily. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to become if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. And thank you as well, Cruz. I got you, Stella. One card. These are not medical readings, but one card in relationality to that energetic connection. It's the same that I kind of see. I see somebody right now that's going through a situation by which something is falling apart because they feel like somebody has put them in an impossible situation. And I feel like them trying to articulate to them the severity of it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on seeing someone say, like, you have no idea what you've done by forcing my hand on this. Yeah, especially with the owl energy, right? It's like I see, like, it says to me, like, there's a massive conflict between what one individual thinks is going to happen versus what another person believes will. You're so welcome, dear. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving them. If you missed the Daily Collective, second time, yeah, absolutely. But listen, Yaz, I've got you on the list tomorrow, second. So I should be on tomorrow at around 10:15 a.m. So, and you have priority. So if you get here at that time, we should be able to have that reading. Absolutely. My friends, I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. If you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up on the place where it's currently up on the place where we keep the videos and over on my stack. It should also be available as a podcast over on my spot. If you became a super fan or a paid member today, welcome. You can message me a disco GIF and I will send you an invite to our super fan and paid member only disco channel where you can introduce yourself to the collective. You can also find there in the perks section a coupon code for our next tarot class subscription program, which is happening on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST. 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards of the tarot. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mod, K. Megan. I hope you're getting rest wherever you may be. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.